Welcome to day 9 of the January 6th insurrection hearings from the January 6th Select Committee on Capitol Hill. I am Tony Michaels with the Tony Michaels Podcast, here to host the special coverage of the Midas Touch Network for this hearing. We are under the assumption that this is going to be the final public hearing where they are going to present evidence. We're not sure if they're going to have any other kind of closing hearings, but from what we understand at this point, this may be day 9, may be the final hearing that we have here from the January 6th Select Committee. As always, here on the Midas Touch Network, don't forget to subscribe here on the YouTube channel while you're here. You're not going to want to miss out on all the analysis here from the Midas Touch Network. Now, also go over and do me a favor. Subscribe to the Tony Michaels Podcast channel on YouTube. That would help me out a lot. You can download all these episodes. Now, these will be put up on directories, Apple, Spotify, Google, and to download as well. Don't forget to do that. And support independent media. This is super important in this day and age. So go over to Midas Touch Network's Patreon and check out their Patreon. They have several different levels to join their Patreon and support independent media. As we bring this to you, we bring you panels and commentary before the hearing starts. The hearing will start at the top of the next hour. The January 6th Select Committee has been very prompt in their scheduling outside some technical issues, so they should be very prompt at the top of the hour. But we're going to bring you some very great commentary from the Midas Touch Network, some legal analysis, some political analysis, and, of course, some great maybe chuckles from me and my co-host Gabe Sanchez here on the Midas Touch Network today. So stay tuned for the entire hearing. We will play it in its entirety. We'll also have commentary on the other side of the hearing. We're going to hear from folks like Lee McGowan, the Politics Girl from Politics Girl Podcast, Dr. Rachel Bidikofer, and our panel will also be joining us. And I think we'll probably hear from the Meiselas brothers from the Midas Touch Podcast at some point during this coverage. So stay tuned for the entirety of the coverage, the beforehand, the during, and the commentary after. We also have the great Midas Mighty favorite Texas Paul with us. I don't want to forget Texas Paul. He was fired up on our show the other day. So hopefully he'll be fired up today about this hearing. I know he will be. Texas Paul always brings the heat. But I want to go first to a great lawyer and legal analyst for Legal AF, Michael Popok. Michael Popok, this is going to be a crossroads here, and we were talking about it this morning. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. I don't know if I'm going to bring the heat, but I'm going to try to bring the light.
Well, that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
Well, I want to ask you, because we were talking this morning as we were preparing for the coverage here, and there seems to be a crossroads between an actual criminal trial and the political hearings today on Capitol Hill. It's almost like they're intersecting, because the judge in the criminal trial of the Oath Keepers is, I forget the exact words, but he's strongly encouraging those jurors.
No, he's admonishing. He's admonishing and instructing the jurors.
There you go. That's it. And he is. So you were going to give more of a legal take on this, I'm sure. But from what I see from the non-legal view of this, is that the judge is being very careful here that the jurors are not tainted by what we are going to hear in the January 6th Select hearings today, because we have heard that it's going to have to do with Secret Service communications on the day of January 6th, but also this film, this Danish documentary film on Roger Stone. We're going to see some of that. It also appears that they're going to really tie Trump, his ankles around January 6th and the coup attempt. Now, why would the judge be so adamant? And you say admonished, I think that's the legal term, but why would he be so adamant to make sure that these jurors do not have any whiff of this coverage?
Well, thanks, Tony. On Capitol Hill today, we're going to see session 9 of the Jan 6 committee. It is not a criminal trial. We'd like it to be. They're going to be presenting evidence that's going to be similar to what the Department of Justice is going to present ultimately, hopefully, against the very top apex people, apex predators like Donald Trump, who were responsible for what happened on Jan 6 and everything leading up to it, and the plan to cling to power to stop the peaceful transfer of power and for Trump to remain in power. That's what's going on in the chambers of Congress today. But right up the street at a federal courthouse, there are defendants under our form of justice whose liberty is at stake. And we all want them, of course, convicted if that's what the evidence so shows. But there is a jury who is charged in our system of jurisprudence and justice, who's tasked with finding people guilty or innocent, and if guilty, sending them to jail. And so the federal judge, Judge Mehta, has a very large task here. He's already instructed the jury at the very beginning, and will instruct them at the end before they deliberate, that nothing from outside of the jury room can interfere with their decision-making, can impact their decision-making. No preconceived notions, no independent research that they did or shouldn't be doing, no news reports, no media reports, no family conversations, nothing. It's only what is presented by the Department of Justice on their burden of proof to find beyond a reasonable doubt that these oath keepers are guilty of seditious conspiracy and other charges. And that's it. And that has to be preserved. And I want it. And we all on the Midas Touch Network want our system of justice to be preserved. So the judge, mindful, as he has before, because there's been other intersections between one of the prior 8 sessions and other cases going on around town against Jan 6 insurrectionists. But today in particular, it becomes, as you said, a weird cosmic intersection. It becomes really acute because on the very day that the Jan 6 committee, we've been told by reporting, is going to focus on Donald Trump's state of mind before the election, during the election, after the election, on Jan 6 and beyond, and why he is culpable for what happened with perpetuating the big lie that he won the election, all the way through the violence and the insurrection that sieged the Capitol on Jan 6th and beyond, with using 1.5 million pieces of evidence obtained finally from the Secret Service. We're finally going to hear that side of the story. But there's going to be a focus today, we believe, on Roger Stone, who has become the dirty trickster for Donald Trump from the very beginning, the architect of all the dirty tricks. He became, to use a historical reference, the Roy Cohn that Donald Trump always had by his side, another dirty trickster of a lawyer in New York who passed away and was replaced by Roger Stone, who started his career working for the committee to re-elect the president being Richard Nixon, being involved with Watergate all the way to here. And there is documentary footage, as you alluded to, Tony, that bears on what's going on down the street in Judge Mehta's courtroom. It's the Danish documentary footage of Roger Stone with the Oath Keepers, with the Proud Boys, and his comments, which seem to be what Donald Trump wants him to say, his comments of, to paraphrase, before the election, fuck the voting, fuck the election, let's get right to the violence. That's a direct quote that's going to be, I'm sure, showed today on the Jan 6 committee hearing, surrounded by Oath Keepers and Proud Boys, the very Oath Keepers and Proud Boys, or at least the Oath Keepers who are on trial right now up the street. And so the judge is understandably concerned that they, at their lunch break, on their cell phone that they're not supposed to be looking at, through texts from friends or family, are going to know about the presentation being made by the Jan 6 committee. And that evidence, that's evidence for us on the Jan 6 committee, for the American public, is not evidence in the courtroom for them to consider. In fact, it would be improper and more importantly, reversible error. The judge is trying to protect the case from having error committed that could be used on appeal by Stuart Rhodes and the Oath Keepers. We don't want that. We don't want reversible error because some juror, at his lunch break took a peek at the Jan 6 committee and saw evidence that never ended up in the courtroom by the Department of Justice, some of which they will, but some of which they won't. So that is the weird cosmic cosplay that's going on between these two chambers, which have very different purposes and very different rationales for being. But it's all colliding today because of the date that the Jan 6 committee, the postponed date that the Jan 6 committee. This wouldn't have happened 2 weeks ago if the Hurricane Ian hadn't interfered. This would have went 2 weeks ago. But now they're mindful. Now the Jan 6 committee couldn't care less, and they shouldn't, about what's going on in any of the courtrooms involving any of the Trump people around the country. And there are so many of them, thank God. Just as they're not concerned today with what got announced by Letitia James, the New York Attorney General, that she's moving for the court to order the assets frozen by the Trump organization, to have assets put into the court registry sufficient to pay the $250 million future judgment. That doesn't enter the Jan 6 committee's presentation, nor should it. Life goes on. The wheels of justice continue, and they don't take a break for anybody. And so Judge Maida's doing the right thing in his courtroom. Jan 6 committee's doing the right thing in their presentation today. And finally, Tony, we get to know what was underneath all of the covers of the Secret Service. A secret service, which is going to be mentioned by name, or has been mentioned by name, in the Oath Keepers courtroom, because the Oath Keepers believed that the Secret Service was on their side, that many of those people supported Donald Trump, were Trumpers in disguise, which is not what the Secret Service is supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be politically agnostic and protect the president and protect whoever they're responsible for protecting, not be political. And so they're mentioned in the courtroom even as we speak. Now, where did the Oath Keepers get the idea that the Secret Service was on their side and would see them as liberators when they came storming the Capitol? One good idea, Roger Stone.
That might be what they reveal today, right?
Right. That Roger Stone, who is also going to be front and center in today's presentation in the next 45 minutes by the Jan 6 committee, and the documentarians. The Danish documentarians, by the way, are going to be they're not going to be talking, but they're going to be apparently at the hearing, because they want to see how their film clips are being used after the Jan 6 committee went all the way over to Copenhagen to go look at this material. This is what they've been doing all summer. But it's fascinating. Since the last time you and I got together to talk about the hearing, I did not realize until a few days ago that they had gotten their hands on 1.5 million text messages, Microsoft Team communications, and other things from the Secret Service. Now, there's a set of text messages that are gone because the Secret Service deleted them, but there's 1.5 million that aren't. And I think we're going to see a nice grouping of those as the Jan 6 committee makes, I don't know if it's their final closing argument, but certainly this is going to be an all Trump mental state, all Trump conduct edition, number 9 of the Jan 6 committee, because they want to show that he can't possibly say that he did not know what was happening before, during, or after Jan 6th, including the weapons that were brought in. They're going to put on evidence about that. They're going to put on evidence about his mental state before the election even happened. He was talking about a steal being stopped before there was even an election.
Right.
So
let me ask you one question, because I find this this Secret Service thing very interesting. And I guess the reason why I find this intersection, or this crossroad today of the trial of the Oath Keepers, where, like you said, they're mentioning in open court as we speak, just moments before we came to air, within the last few hours, that yes, the Oath Keepers had communication prior to January 6th, even at some of the rallies, that they were budding up. They were becoming, building relationships almost, which is, like you said, kind of scary that they might have been building political relationships. My question is this: with this judge's decision to be so strict about what they can and cannot see here, because the judge in this case would see the discovery, right? Does he know what is going to be presented in open court? Does he know that?
Not yet.
So he doesn't know that.
No, in a criminal case, and usually in a civil case too, there is a list of exhibits that's usually presented. I think the government has done an exchange with the other side about the exhibits they plan to use. But let's be frank, the judge may have peered over them, may have looked over them, but
Right.
he doesn't know. His role as the gatekeeper of evidence is to make sure the jury is presented the evidence in the right way, to make sure that the case is error-free in terms of its presentation and that both sides are treated fairly in that courtroom. And to make one small, not correction, clarification, they have already been instructed from the beginning of being jurors when they were sworn in that they are not to watch the media or get any outside information. He's just reminding them, particularly today.
Because today, yes.
Because it's going to be on the news, and this jury is not sequestered. That sequestering a jury, meaning putting them up in a hotel and giving them dinner, they rarely do that anymore. I mean, it's great for movies and television, to put a jury, Law and Order may do it. But in real life, it's a real hardship on the jurors. Judges hate it unless they really have no choice because they're worried. So this jury's going home at 5:00, and and he can't tell them not to look at their cell phones. So they're looking at their cell phones. They're not supposed to go and see today's coverage. They're not supposed to go see what you did today and what Midas Media Network did today in the commentary. They're not supposed to see any of that. And if there's serious repercussions if they do, and they bring it into the room and it influences their decision making. So he's got to be very mindful. And the defense is looking for any, they're writing down every day possible appeal issues.
Right.
Well,
I think this crossroad that we have between the criminal trial of the Oath Keepers and today, what is going to be shown to the American people as discovery, as it would be known in a criminal trial, but today it will be shown as evidence and the bare facts. So, Michael Popok, thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate always the analysis about courtrooms. I know you know them all too well. Thank you, Mr. Popok from Legal AF.
Thank you, Mr. Michaels.
Go follow. Yes, thank you very much. Everyone go follow Legal AF and download every single episode Wednesdays and Saturdays. Thank you, Michael Popok. We'll talk to you soon, my friend. I want to bring in one of the Midas Mighty favorites. But before I do, I want to remind you again, you can join the Patreon, support independent media, just as Michael Popok said. It's very important. So you can go to patreon.com/MidasTouch, and you can see all their levels of patronage there. Support independent media. And I would be derelict in my duty to Jordy if I did not show the Rovember shirts. He wanted me to make sure that you guys got a chance to see the Rovember shirts. We're coming up on an election. Rovember, row your vote. Store.MidasTouch.com. Store.MidasTouch.com. Also, if you'd like to support the Tony Michaels podcast, we have some hot merch on our side. Go to store.theTonyMichaels.com. We have these. The freedom to oppress the rights of other people is not liberty. It is our saying. It is our motto over at our podcast, The Tony Michaels. We also have some great hoodies there as well. So please go follow us on YouTube and subscribe to our channel, The Tony Michaels Podcast, as I'm joined by the Midas Mighty favorite. And he brings the heat. He brought the heat this week on our show. Holy moly, the clips from this conversation was absolutely running around the internet. And you know him all too well here on the Midas Touch Network. Texas Paul, how are you this morning, my friend?
I'm wonderful. I am wonderful. It doesn't get much better.
Well,
doesn't get much better. I'm actually very excited about this. One of the things that, first, let me make a plug for Legal AF. I have to tell you, those guys, Karen Agnifilo, Michael Popok, and of course, Ben Meiselas, take the most complex legal issues like everything going on with Trump, and they dumb it down to the point that even an old hillbilly like me can understand it. So, folks, if you like Law and Order, if you like anything like that, you need to watch that podcast because they really do. They take it, this type of motion was filed and that's what this means. They break it down for you. It's a fantastic podcast. And I just got to give Michael Popok his props because, a lot of complex stuff is going on these days, and you're going to hear a lot of things in the hearing today. And they're going to try to bring it down to everybody's level so everybody can understand it. And those guys are the best at it.
Well, very interesting that you bring up the legal part, but I want to know about the politics of it because you're always keeping track of the politics here. Um, what do you see about this documentary footage that we may see today? I mean, they are saying we're going to hear, see communications. We really don't know what they're going to show us here. But we do know
Yeah.
that Roger Stone is not going to have a good day. So, what do you expect from Roger Stone's end of the what may be him incriminating himself right in front of cameras in this documentary film?
Roger Stone's like a serial killer. They always want to get caught. He wants everyone to know what he did. That his ass is in a crack and he knows it. But he put it there himself. He cannot shut up. He cannot quit acting like a tough guy. He can't, he's not a real criminal. He's not. Real criminals keep everything on the down low. Roger wants everybody to look at Roger. And he's not walking out of this. He knows he's not walking out of this. And I'll be honest with you, he doesn't want to. To me, the more interesting thing to watch is what we're going to hear from, we're going to see some tape testimony from, I understand, Mike Pompeo, Mnuchin, and Elaine Chao. Man, I really want to know what Elaine Chao is going to say. Donald Trump threatened her husband's life. Let's see how that figures into the mix. And as far as the Secret Service communications, those are incredibly important because you don't change, and tigers don't change their stripes. They don't. They can delete all the emails from the day and think that they've covered their ass. But they were talking before that day. They were talking before January 6th. Their communications foreshadow exactly what they were going to do. And I am extremely excited to hear that they were able to get as much data as they were.
I think we're back. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened. Texas Paul, are you still there with us?
Yeah, I had to pop back in, but I got ejected.
I'm not sure. I think our streaming software lost connection there. So I apologize to the viewers there, but we are back and better than ever. What were we talking about? I was having some technical difficulties over here.
We were talking about the legal end of what we were going to see. We were talking about Roger Stone.
Oh, yes. So let me ask you, because I want to get your take before I go to the Trump NDA killer, Jessica Denson here. I want to ask you about the Secret Service end of this, because I know you said the testimony of Mike Pompeo, Secretary Chao, Mitch McConnell's wife, after threatening them, it seems like he knows there's going to be something said or going to be something shown maybe. And by he, I mean Grandpa Poopy Pants, the Cheeto Dust Mobster, Donald Trump himself. But what do you expect to see from this communication from the Secret Service? I mean, it seems kind of funny that it was lost, then it's here, then it's now they got, a gazillion lines of communication. What do you make of this?
Well, this actually isn't the texts that were lost. Those are just gone. They did a good job of deleting those, and they were unrecoverable. What this is everything before and after. And what you have to understand is that, like I said, tigers don't change their stripes. They were having conversations before January 6th that are going to be very illuminating as to their positions on things and things that were going on. The events of the day isn't the only information to be had. And I really think that a good investigator is going to comb through these emails and these communications, and they're going to be able to establish a pattern of behavior with the Secret Service. And I don't think it's going to be flattering for them at all, to be quite honest with you.
I think you're right. I don't think it's going to be a great day for Roger Stone or the Secret Service, and especially Donald Trump. So, Texas Paul, thanks for joining us, and stick with us if you can afterwards, and then even during the hearing if they have a break. We're not really sure exactly what they're going to do. Texas Paul, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And everyone, go follow Texas Paul on YouTube. He's got shows that he's doing every single week, so go follow Texas Paul over on YouTube. All you got to do is type in his handle or Texas Paul Morning Coffee on Sunday Morning Coffee with Texas Paul. You'll find it. You'll find Texas Paul's YouTube channel there. Texas Paul, thanks for joining us. Yeah, we'll talk to you very soon, my friend. I want to introduce my next guest, but again, I want to remind you to make sure and go over to MeidasTouchPatreon.com and support independent media, patreon.com/MeidasTouch. We could not do this without you. Independent media is important. And I have to mention, Jordy will be in the chat with me saying, why didn't you show anybody the Rovember shirts? So here is the Rovember shirts, because Rovember is coming up. Row your votes. So go over to store.MeidasTouch.com. Grab your row your vote in Rovember merch, store.MeidasTouch.com. Also, again, reminding you, if you'd like to support our podcast, you can go to store.theTonyMichaels.com. And you can get the freedom to oppress the rights of other people is not liberty. That is our show's motto. It's in the front of our intro every single day. We also have some great colored hoodies over there with it on. And so we appreciate any support you can give independent media. Make sure while you're here on the Meidas Touch Network that you're hitting the subscribe button, sharing this link with your friends, your family. They're definitely going to want to see this. Make sure you go over to our channel, The Tony Michaels Podcast. Follow us there. Again, we could not do this independent media thing without you. And I know our next guest knows that all too well of how it is a fight. Fight. Because she is the Trump NDA killer. My friend, Meidas' mighty favorite, Jessica Denson. Jessica, how are you this morning?
I'm doing great. How are you, Tony?
I'm doing wonderful. So what do you make of this hearing? Because there's a lot of stuff going on today, but it seems like Donald Trump is going to be the main character, the main villain here, that they are going to really make sure the American people understand what his role in the January 6th insurrection and the coup attempt was.
Absolutely. That's just what Popak was talking about. He was talking about my favorite word, mens rea, that the criminal intent and knowledge of the crime. This committee has done such an exquisite job of highlighting Donald Trump's intent, his knowledge of just starting off with the knowledge of the fact that the election was not in fact stolen. Today, we are going to see a lot of highlighting of his knowledge that violence was planned and his desire to stoke that violence, to encourage that violence. As Cassidy Hutchinson, we recall, testified, he was warned of people wanting to pass through with weapons without Donald Trump wanted people to be able to enter these spaces without having to go through magnetometers. And he was fine with that because he knew that they were not there to hurt him. They were on his side. They were not there to hurt him, but he was quite all right, quite content with them harming others. So I think that that load of 1.5 million documents, emails, other communications from Secret Service today is going to go a long way to corroborate Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony that Donald Trump was aware of the violence, he was warned of it, and he was in favor of stoking that violence. We're talking a lot about Roger Stone. Now, Roger Stone, yes, dirty trickster, somebody who absolutely cannot stand to be out of the limelight. But as always, let us not forget the nexus, the actual ringleader, who is Donald J. Trump. Another thing that Cassidy Hutchinson testified to was that Donald Trump asked Mark Meadows, or told Mark Meadows, to ask Roger Stone and Michael Flynn what was going to happen on January 6th. Okay, these people were in constant communication, and there was an understanding that they were conspiring and working together to make sure that this execution of overthrowing the will of the people, interfering with Congress's certification of the votes, make sure that that scheme was playing out. Donald Trump is the ringleader. So I am looking very, very forward to seeing those connections made. I think we're going to have some kind of flooring exhibits and evidence from the Secret Service to really point out what this commander-in-chief who was entrusted, who took an oath on the Constitution, with his hand on the Bible to uphold the Constitution, how he betrayed this country, how he was willing to literally incite a civil war on the steps of our Capitol to install himself as dictator.
I couldn't agree more, because there is a Washington Post article, I believe was yesterday or the day before. They were actually talking about the communication is going to show, because Donald Trump claims, well, I wasn't watching TV and I was playing around throwing ketchup on the wall all afternoon. I had no idea what was going on at the Capitol. But we're going to see the communication that not only did Donald Trump want to go to the Capitol himself after getting off the stage at the Ellipse, where we know now there was this scuffle in the SUV as they were taking him back to the White House. Secret Service, the communication apparently is going to show that they were very concerned that he was still planning on making his way to the Capitol. And I don't know if it was some sort of Trump delusion, which it probably was, where there's this constitutional thing that doesn't really exist, where he was going to go and gavel in and declare himself king and dictator. I'm not really sure what the plan was. Maybe we will know more about that today. But apparently this communication is going to show that they were really worried that the president of the United States was going to make his way to the Capitol, even as the insurrection, the violence and the rioting, and frankly, the coup attempt, now that we know what we're going to see from Roger Stone and the Oath Keepers, they were trying to violently overthrow our government. Was he going to appear? What do you make of that before we turn it over to someone else? What do you make of that, Jessica?
Yeah, I think Donald Trump, he wanted to be there. He wanted to be there because he knew what chaos that would cause. If the sitting president of the United States was there on the steps of the Capitol with these insurrectionists, everything would have just collapsed and centered on the president of the United States. Okay, his goal was to interfere with the counting of the votes, with the certification of the election. His presence at the Capitol very likely could have done that. I mean, who knows what kind of hell could have broken loose if he was physically present at the Capitol in that mayhem. That was his goal, to delay the certification of the election. And there were a lot of, if we go back, I'm not recalling the exact examples right now, but there were so many discussions about what their possibilities, these schemers, what their possibilities were to prolong and delay and prevent the certification of Joe Biden's win if they were able to just push it past that day, January 6th. But as we're discussing all of this, if we can just step back for a moment and realize where we are. Think about all of the hearings that we have had up until this point. Think about all of the extraordinary witnesses. Think about Judge Luttig and Shay Moss and Ruby Freeman. Think about Rusty Bowers. Think about Jason Van Tatenhove, the former in-bed of the Oath Keepers. Think of all of these people, many of them, most of them, coming from the right of American politics, from the conservative side, who have issued these warnings to us, issued the warnings of the danger that we are in, and that danger still faces us. It faces us right at this moment. We're 26 days out from a midterm election where we have the choice between two parties, only one of which has aligned itself with democracy. The other one has aligned itself with the man who these committees have proven and shown in clear relief is guilty of attempting to overthrow American democracy. Think about that. That is the choice we have in 26 days. All of these patriots have come forward. As I said, you cannot call them partisan. Most of them have come from the right, issued these warnings of the stark danger that we face if we don't handle this now. So as I have always said, if you've watched me before, you know this is my drumbeat. Donald Trump must be held accountable for our democracy to survive. The other people that must be held accountable are Republican politicians who have failed to distance themselves from him. And putting these people in power is a very, very dangerous proposition. So as we're sitting and watching today, I hope everybody feels that gravity, that urgency, and that gratitude that we are living in the moment to save our democracy, that it is still within our grasp. And let us not look back and wish that we had done something now. Let's do it in these next 26 days.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Jessica Denson, I know her as the Trump NDA killer. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you going to be able to stick around for maybe mid-coverage if we have a break and after? I know you have sort of a hard out, but I'm hoping you can join us. Will you stick around if we can? Great. I really appreciate it, Jessica. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. We'll talk to you very soon. Follow Jessica on Twitter. Jessica, give him your handle there.
It's Jessica Denson 07.
Thank you very much, Jessica. We appreciate you coming and visiting with us. We'll talk to you soon, my friend. Hopefully we'll get a break. Everyone, I want to go to someone who knows the politics of this. But first, I want to bring in my co-host and executive producer, Gabe Sanchez. Gabe Sanchez, how are you? Is your mic working?
It is now.
I don't know what the technical difficulties were there, but we're going to work through them. These are live broadcasts. This is what live is, baby.
We're gonna make
it live. Do it live.
I think is Trump and his coup crew trying to shut this broadcast down for people knowing what the truth was.
Might be. Jessica brought up a good point that Rovember is coming up, and again, Jordy, he'll be in the chat all over me if I don't show this again. Rovember. Row your vote. Go to store.MidasTouch.com, store.MidasTouch.com, and get your row your vote merch, because you got to support independent media. Gabe, what else are you going to do? So go to patreon.com/MidasTouch to support independent media there. Support the Midas Touch network. Also, while you're here on YouTube, follow the Midas Touch network. Why wouldn't you? It's just a little click. You just click the button.
It's that easy. Just click it.
Boom,
that was easy.
You get it.
Boom,
it's that easy. It's almost easier than the Staples button. And while you're here on YouTube, make your way over to our channel, Tony Michaels Podcast, and follow us there. We do a show every single weekday, Gabe, Monday through Friday, noon Eastern, 11 Central, 2 full hours. Every single one of those weekdays, Monday through Friday on YouTube. So go follow us.
We got to do
it. Go follow our show over there. I have two guests waiting in the queue here. A surprise guest. Maybe he'll give us a legal analysis. And I also have political analysis here. He's going to give us the politics of this as well. And I'm sure Ben Mizell will give us politics. But David Bender, he has a shirt on. I'm seeing him in the green room. David Bender has a shirt on here. It says, we got the row your vote. We even have this great shirt. It's the freedom to oppress the rights of other people is not liberty at store.theTonyMichaels.com. We got hoodies and shirts. But I'm telling you what, David Bender, this shirt you got on, let me see this thing. Bye-bye, Donald.
Bye-bye, Donald.
Oh, my gosh.
We got something after you buy the Rovember shirt, everybody. Yeah. And if you go to, you can, the merch location that you can identify, Gabe and Tony, for Rovember, for your merch.
Yeah.
This is something waiting for when Merrick Garland does what he's going to do.
Oh, I see.
We're all going to be wearing this because when that day comes, and my prediction is that day is going to come somewhere around January 6th.
January 6th? Oh, man.
Wouldn't that be?
I don't know if that day has any significance to anyone who's listening, but if Merrick Garland is paying attention, the new House is sworn in January 3rd. What a way to steal their thunder, whoever it is. Hopefully it's going to be not stealing thunder. We're going to thunder back and win this thing. And I got to pick up on what Jessica just said. It's 26 days to the election, okay? 26 days where everything is on the line. The House is on the line in every district in the country, and there are going to be a lot of surprises if our folks turn out. We saw it in the New York district. We saw it in Kansas. This November idea is very important. But now let me scare a few people. The inflation numbers came out today. They were not good. People are voting on the economy. So if you got two things that are motivating people, fear of the economy and fear of their rights being taken away, like Roe v. Wade was overturned. I'm wearing the Human Rights Campaign, like gay rights will be taken away by this next Supreme Court, and more to come. If those are the choices, and they are the choices on this ballot, then what's the pivot point? What puts the thumb on the scale? Democracy. What we are doing right today with this hearing, if people vote on the basis of protecting their democracy, and by the way, there's a compelling argument that Democrats can make about the economy, prescription drug benefits, which the Republicans are already introducing a bill to remove everything the Democrats did. There are great economic arguments that we can make in these closing 26 days. But guys, I'm telling you, and I'm telling everyone in the sound of my voice, we do not have any time to waste. Leave nothing off the field. Everybody has to be involved in these next 26 days, wherever you live, whatever you can do, particularly if it's a place like Arizona, Mark Kelly, Florida, Val Demings, Sherry Beasley in North Carolina. These are races. And I'll tell you something, John Fetterman in Pennsylvania is not a lock. This is going to be a fight. Don't assume, even though the polls are showing good, it's going to be a fight. And he can win this thing, will win this thing if enough people turn out. And this is all, done campaigns my whole life, guys. You know this.
Yes.
All turnout.
Yep. Well, we say on our show, David, that you have to lean into democracy and do what democracies do and just do democracy. And I know two gentlemen that agree with me on that as well. Ben and Brett Meiselas. I'm not sure where Jordy's at. Where did Jordy? Where did he go?
Jordy's probably getting his beauty rest. So
right.
Jordy,
Or maybe he's making
two-thirds of Meiselas. We're not a full,
There's a reason Jordy's always glowing. He's always getting his beauty rest. Now I'm sure
no
Jordy's,
full house today.
We're working on something else. But great to see you, David. Great to see you, Gabe and Tony. Great job with the broadcast so far. Great to see the Midas Mighty out here. And I think David's absolutely right. Take no race for granted here.
Mm-hmm.
Don't believe the polls. Take no race for granted. Understand that we have really good momentum, but that momentum means nothing if you're not putting in the work every single day right now until election day. We have under 4 weeks until the election is over. Done. And so do you want to wake up that day after election day and think, damn, I could have done more? That was always my regret in the past election. I was so fearful of waking up the day after the election and going, if only we did X, Y, and Z. And so don't let that happen to you. Okay. I want everybody to make sure that you are in this every step of the way. Also in regards to, issues like inflation and whatnot, the fact is that Republicans have no plan for these things. And in fact, they are cheering on any sort of bad news that exists about the economy, and they want to see as much pain inflicted on Americans as possible. So I think it's important when you're having conversations with people that you make people understand that and make people know that Republicans literally have zero plan for any of these things that they complain about. And you could even see in the votes, anytime there is a vote to help one of these issues, they vote it down and then they try to make things worse. So if you do vote Republican over these economic issues like inflation, which are global issues happening all across the world, if you do vote for Republicans in that, you will not get a fix to inflation or gas prices. I mean, you're not going to get it. What you will get, though, is authoritarianism. You will get banned books. You will get your abortion rights stripped away on a national level. You will get contraception stripped away. And so I think it's important that you understand that your literal freedoms, what our democracy is built upon, are at stake in this election. And that's why it's so important that you vote for Democrats and all the great things that they've done, and also against Republicans and all the horrible things that they have done, and the embrace of just really horrific, horrible conspiracy theories. I mean, we saw it yesterday with Alex Jones, how all these people rushed to his defense and all these people who platformed Alex Jones, one one of the most despicable people on the planet, who harassed the victims of a school shooting and their families, tortured them, made them move, drove one to suicide. I mean, these are horrible people. And these are the people who the Republican Party are uplifting and are viewing as their heroes. And so we cannot let those people get into power. We need adults in the room. And that's where all you come into play. And I want to make sure also, as we get within 15 minutes of these January 6th committee hearings, make sure that as many people that you know are watching the January 6th committee hearings, because these are incredibly revealing. These are obviously not in prime time today. There are a lot of people working, but a lot of people watch YouTube and watch the stuff while they're working. So take a second, go share this link with a friend, go share this link with 10 friends, with your family members. Make sure they're tuned in, because our democracy literally depends on it.
I couldn't agree with you more. And Ben, I know you're probably going to give us the political side, but your mind is focused a lot on legal issues, it seems like these days, because there's so many of them surrounding Donald Trump. They never stop, the legal issues around Donald Trump. What is your take on the hearing today? And what is important to look for from the hearing? And not only that, because me and Popak talked in the beginning about this intersection of this trial with the Oath Keepers and this hearing today. We know it was postponed because of the hurricane, but now today it's in this cross section of this weird twilight zone where we have a criminal trial on one side of the street and we have this political select hearing on the other side of the street. What do you make of that?
Not just a criminal trial of the Oath Keepers on the other side of the street. It's breaking news that Mark Short, the former chief of staff of Vice President Pence, and Kash Patel, the Trump advisor and former national security aide who was intimately involved in trying to overthrow our democracy, that these two Trump administration officials were seen today leaving the Washington, D.C. federal courthouse, in addition to what was taking place by the Oath Keepers. All of the things that Brett mentioned, though, on the political side, all of the implications coming up with this election are intertwined with January 6th and are intertwined with the legal. Because when we're talking about overthrowing our democracy, we're talking about fundamentally one of the things the radical MAGA extremists want to do is overthrow our judicial system. And fortunately, in 2020, our judicial system held, even where it came to Trump-appointed judges. But the stress test only barely held. And we're seeing what's happening, though, where you have very inexperienced and corrupt judges like Judge Eileen Cannon down in the Southern District of Florida. Imagine if one of these election cases were assigned to Judge Eileen Cannon, one of those, 74 cases or so that Trump summarily lost for merits-based arguments, and the fact that literally kind of fraud and phony people who weren't supposed to bring the case were the ones bringing those cases without declarations, without affidavits. Think about what Judge Eileen Cannon did. In this case, she granted an injunction stopping the Department of Justice from pursuing their own criminal investigation, using their own records, without requiring Donald Trump to even submit an affidavit. In fact, when the special master, Judge Raymond Dearie, said Donald Trump should submit an affidavit, you appointed me to be part of this process, this Judge Eileen Cannon swoops in and goes, nah, you don't need to submit any affidavits. Only the government needs to submit an affidavit. I'm going to protect you, Donald Trump. So we're really dealing with the protection of our institutions here. And in the January 6th committee, which is bipartisan, and you have Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, in addition to the other Democrats, the fact that all witnesses really have been 98% Republican witnesses, shows you, though, that this is an importance of our institutions fighting back against fascism. And that's really how I view the January 6th, through that prism. Will our institutions hold over lawlessness, recklessness, stupidity, idiocracy, dangerousness, fascism?
I have one thing to add. I think someone has tried to join us here.
There is.
Did you guys tell everyone I was getting my beauty rest? So for everyone watching right now, the brothers treat me as like their glorified assistant. We just did an interview and I had to like get all the files, organize everything. And the next thing I know, they're already on the stream. This is ridiculous.
Is Jordy actually over there working, or is this all?
I'll just say we all share the same calendar. We all know what time what is. So you know,
I just want to, but before our audience, Jordy acted like that was a lot of work. So what Jordy said he had to do is literally take the file and then put the file in another file. It literally takes 2 seconds, and we all do it. Great.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people right now who are at work with really tough tasks ahead of them are really stressed.
Well, Jordy, I hope you take this the right way, but the beauty rest worked.
Oh, thank you, David. I
There you
appreciate
go.
that.
Man.
Take it exactly as the compliment it's meant. I got to pick up on something your brother said. You know, it is absolutely true that the institutions are on the line here, and they're being stress tested with everything that we're seeing. We've got the Oath Keepers trial going on. One of the things that is stunning, we're learning how many members of law enforcement are members of Oath Keepers or Proud Boys. I think the number is something like 350 active members of law enforcement are also still Oath Keepers. So we are fighting not only to preserve the institutions, but we've got to now do stress tests within the institutions. And that's sort of what this committee is doing. This committee is showing us how government can work. It's the last civics lesson we're ever going to get as well done as this committee has done it. It shows the way government works when people are really trying to solve problems, not just make political points. And that's what's so important about what we're going to see today, guys. I think, and for everyone listening, I couldn't agree more. Tell your friends. Tune into the Midas Touch Network here on YouTube. Watch these hearings coming up in 8 minutes, because this is the summation. This is the closing argument to the American people. There will be witness testimony, but not live witnesses. We're going to see some of these people from videotape. But this is the committee talking directly to you to say, here's what we've learned and here's what we have to do.
I'd also like to speak about institutions in the sense of how institutions can work to protect themselves at all costs. And that's really what we're seeing right now with the Republican Party. And we've seen that in reporting recently with leaked audio between Officer Fanone, who was there in the Capitol that day, and the conversations he had with Kevin McCarthy, and how Kevin McCarthy refused to speak out about what the truth about what happened that day. And we've seen it recently in recent weeks with Herschel Walker, who was exposed as an absolute fraud, was exposed as an abuser who forced his family to move 6 times in 6 months, I believe it was, because they were afraid of his violence, lied about paying for abortions, which on its own isn't a bad thing. But when you're trying to strip that right away from millions of Americans, it becomes a problem for me. And just notice how also yesterday we saw so many of these right-wing voices who are very trusted mainstream voices on the right go out of their way to defend Alex Jones and try to gaslight you and try to say this is, an attack on free speech and he just said some mean words. I just want you to understand how this Republican Party is built to protect each other and to also crush dissent. And it cannot be more important going into these midterms that we understand how they are so against the truth. They will fight the truth at all costs, and they will defend their own, and how dangerous that is in order for a democracy to actually function. They can't be trusted telling the truth about anything. And so it's very important that they're not in charge of our government, especially with so many important issues going on both here and around the world. We just can't let it happen.
Brett, I was at an event last night talking about courage and talking about the ability to move forward despite the odds. I met Gabby Giffords last night.
Incredible.
And this is a genuine American hero. And it struck me when I woke up this morning and saw that the Parkland verdict had happened. Gabby Giffords survived. She was 1% chance of survival. And she spoke last night, and she talked about how no matter what happens, and we've seen some tough times as a country, but no one has seen what Gabby Giffords has seen and what her family has seen. And there's a documentary about it, which Gabby Giffords won't back down. I encourage everyone to watch. I hope it gets nominated for an Oscar. But let me tell you something. The point that Gabby Giffords made, and she wasn't even supposed to be able to speak again, was that we have to stay in this fight no matter how tough it is. And if you think of Gabby Giffords for the next 26 days and her husband, Mark Kelly, and all the other candidates on the line, and everybody that you talked about, Brett, just now, the Herschel Walker, people like that. We're talking about not a choice between right and left. We're talking about a choice between right and wrong.
Exactly.
And wrong cannot win. We have the muscle if we exercise it. There are more of us than there are of them.
That's why,
remember Gabby Giffords for the next 26 days. She did it. We can too.
Her story is just so inspiring, David. And that's why I loved hearing this week at the debate between Tim Ryan and J.D. Vance when he used the phrase, the exhausted majority. I think that sums things up so much. And especially in light of what we've seen over these recent weeks. But like we saw, like I've been speaking about with Alex Jones, and I loved what you just said about it's not right versus left, it's right versus wrong. When you look at the Alex Jones situation, let's view that as a microcosm of everything wrong with the Republican Party. That's not a right versus left issue. There's nothing right versus left. It's not a democratic belief to not want people to harass families of victims of school shootings and make them move and drive some to suicide. That's not a democratic belief. That's not on the left. I mean, I was never even a political person before we started Midas Touch, but I looked at people coming out like that and trying to put that in a left-right paradigm. And I said, bullshit. This is an American belief. This is just not even an American belief. This is being a human. This is basic humanity. And so don't let them put basic humanity into this left-right paradigm because it's BS. It's BS. There is right v wrong, as David Bender said, and it's important that we all remember that. And it's important that though we may be exhausted, and boy, am I exhausted, and I think we all are exhausted watching this every single day, it's important that we are not asleep. It's important that we are activated and that we are energized.
And you mentioned something I've got to pick up on, which was probably the best moment we're going to have to show what Democrats can do to win this. It's that J.D. Vance, Tim Ryan debate. When Tim Ryan looked him in the eye and said, "You're kissing Donald Trump's ass."
So good. Just
to get his support, and you will do anything. We need ass kickers, not ass kissers. If every Democrat running against every Trump Republican does the same thing, stares them down and ties them directly to Donald Trump, they will go down in flames. Remember what happened. This is why we have those 2 Georgia seats. Because Trump weighed in. Trump is dead weight to these candidates. So tie them. If any Democrats are listening, tie them to Trump.
So, Jordy, give us your best pitch for Rovember as I pull up the graphic here, because
you didn't even know I was wearing the shirt right now.
Oh, you were? Well, I'll get back to it as the graphic's done. Go to store.midastouch.com for your row your vote and Rovember shirt. Show us what you got there, but give us your best pitch that you've got for Rovember. Show us the shirt. Show us the shirt.
We got the shirt right. We got the shirt right here. Yeah, no, it's a great shirt, but the message is more important than the tee. But definitely go pick one up. We know what's on the line this November. If all you watching this stream, you know what's on the line this November. If you have a sibling, a daughter, a sister, a cousin, you know what's at stake. You know, it's more than just a slogan. It's a movement, and you all have to use whatever voice that you have, you know, in your inner circles, with your family, with your coworkers, to speak up and speak out, because Rovember is on the line this November. So please get out there and vote, because the stakes have never been higher. And I know that sounds cliche, but it's deadly serious. So please get out there and vote. And on a much lighter note, it looks like I kicked Ben off the stream, which is amazing. And please take a second right now.
Ben did have to leave. Yeah.
And please take a second right now. Take this link and share it on your Facebook, on your Twitter, wherever, whatever social media, and let people know that the stream is happening right now. You know, there's a whole bunch of people joining right now, which is amazing. The stream continues to grow. A lot of folks don't even know the January 6th hearing is happening today, which just blows my mind. I mean, it's unfortunate that it's not a primetime hearing. So please do whatever you can, and with your role and your social media reach, to take this link and share it with your friends and family and let them know this thing is going live right now.
Well, and we're still waiting. I'm watching the feed as we speak, and the feed that we have is just on this.
They're not in the room yet.
On this tile right here. So we're still waiting for the committee to enter in. As we wait, Gabe Sanchez, I want to get your take. because I know we have talked a lot about Roger Stone on our show. Now, we refer to him as Stodger Roan, right? We don't want to, you know, allegedly there's this guy named Stodger Roan that may or may not have communication. And we've viewed just a bit, just tiny bits of this documentary. What do you make of Stodger Roan, otherwise known as Roger Stone?
Yeah,
and what's
so,
going to happen to him today, and how good of a day or bad of a day he'll have?
I mean, just for the fact that we're able to view or get insight into the Danish film, the A Storm Foretold, that is about Roger Stone. I mean, I will say this: MAGA Republicans or anyone on the right has this incredible ability to project or put their crime on display. We see it across the board, whether it's, hey, I'm openly committing this fraud and make sure to take a photo, everyone. We saw it in the Willard Hotel in the war room. We see him openly discussing this on the phone, showing the signal chats that he's got with different people. We see the different conversations that are being recorded in this film. So again, it's mind-blowing how much of these people are willing to show the crime that's being committed, for whether it's this inability to see themselves as criminals or they feel like they're never going to get caught. But I feel like there's going to be a lot of revealing things that come up, whether it's the messages that are going to be shown from the Secret Service. I know that, you know, Popak mentioned there's over 1 million. I know none of those million that were just recovered are including the text messages. It's also, of course, very suspicious that it's only the 5th and the 6th that were for a phone upgrade. Doesn't make much sense. But again, for Roger Stone, this guy is very much the proxy between the White House and the Oath Keepers or the Secret Service. So I feel like he is the direct through line between either side that says, hey, we want to do XYZ in committing this coup. And he's the channel that gets through to say, hey, big man, is this okay to do? And then obviously Donald Trump, the big man, as many people know him as, or the boss, or whatever they called him, and that mafia-like talk that we're probably going to see clips of, is going to show that he's definitely guilty of these crimes. He's connected.
It looks like they've entered the room, so I'm going to go to the feed here. Fellas,
Pursuant to
thanks
House
for joining us.
Deposition Authority
We're going to
Regulation
go
10,
to the hearing.
The
here.
chair announces
Thanks
the
for joining
committee's
us, everybody.
approval to release the deposition material presented during today's hearing. Good afternoon, and may God bless the United States of America. 4 months ago, this committee started to present our findings to you, the American people. From the beginning, we understood that some people watching those proceedings would wrongly assume that the committee's investigation was a partisan exercise. That's why I asked those who were skeptical of our work to simply listen to the evidence, to hear the testimony with an open mind, and to let the facts speak for themselves before reaching any judgment. Over the course of these hearings, the evidence has proven that there was a multi-part plan led by former President Donald Trump to overturn the 2020 election. Donald Trump lost his bid for re-election, as shown from the testimony of some of the president's closest allies and advisors. Donald Trump knew he lost. Despite this knowledge, Donald Trump went to court to contest the 2020 election, and he lost in court. The Electoral College met and declared Joe Biden the winner, yet Donald Trump continued to pull out all the stops in his attempt to stay in power. What Donald Trump proceeded to do after the 2020 election is something no president has done before in our country. In a staggering betrayal of his oath, Donald Trump attempted a plan that led to an attack on a pillar of our democracy. It's still hard to believe. But the facts and testimony are clear, consistent, and undisputed. How do we know this? How have we been able to present such a clear picture of what took place? Because of the testimony we've heard and that we have presented to you through these proceedings, because of the documentary evidence we've gathered and also made available directly to you, the American people. When you look back at what has come out through this committee's work, the most striking fact is that all this evidence comes almost entirely from Republicans. The evidence that has emerged did not come from Democrats or opponents of Donald Trump. Instead, look at who's written and testified and produced evidence. Who has that been? Aides who've worked loyally for Donald Trump for years, Republican state officials and legislators, Republican electors, the chairwoman of the Republican National Committee, political professionals who worked at the highest levels of the Trump campaign, Trump appointees who served in the most senior positions in the Justice Department, President Trump's staff and closest advisors in the White House, members of the President Trump's family, his own White House counsel. I've served in Congress a long time. I can tell you it's tough for any congressional investigation to obtain evidence like what we've received, least of all, such a detailed view into a president's inner circle. And I want to be clear, not all these witnesses were thrilled to talk to us. Some put up quite a fight, but ultimately, the vast majority cooperated with our investigation. And what we've shown you over the last 4 months has been centered on the evidence that has come overwhelmingly from Republican witnesses. So I say to you again, as I did in June, this investigation is not about politics. It's not about party. It's about the facts, plain and simple. And it's about making sure our government functions under the rule of law as our Constitution demands. Today, as in previous proceedings, my colleagues and I will present new evidence. That includes new testimony from additional Republicans who served in the Trump administration, never before seen footage of congressional leaders on January 6th working to coordinate the response to the violence and ensure the people's business went forward. New materials produced to the committee by the Secret Service, details about the ongoing threat to American democracy. Today's proceeding will also be grounded in the facts, but it won't look exactly like all our other hearings. We'll also take a step back and look at the evidence in a broader context, providing a summary of key facts we've uncovered. Facts relevant to former President Trump's state of mind, about his motivation, and about his intent. What did President Trump know? What was he told? What was his personal and substantial role in the multi-part plan to overturn the election? For those of you who've watched our prior hearings, some of this evidence will look familiar. For those of you tuning in for the first time, we'll summarize some of the most important facts, and we'll urge you to go online and watch our hearing in full. There's one more difference about today. Pursuant to the notice circulated prior to today's proceedings, we are convened today not as a hearing, but as a formal committee business meeting, so that in addition to presenting evidence, we can potentially hold a committee vote on further investigative action based upon that evidence. Before we get to that evidence, I'd recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening statement she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Much has happened since our last public hearing on July 21st. As the chairman mentioned, we've received new and voluminous documentation from the Secret Service, which we continue to analyze. We've received new witness testimony, including about efforts to obstruct our investigation and conceal key facts. And according to public reporting, the Department of Justice has been very active in pursuing many of the issues identified in our prior hearings. Our committee may ultimately decide to make a series of criminal referrals to the Department of Justice, but we recognize that our role is not to make decisions regarding prosecution. The preamble to our Constitution recites among its purposes to, quote, establish justice. And our nation's judiciary and our U.S. Department of Justice have that responsibility. A key element of this committee's responsibility is to propose reforms to prevent January 6th from ever happening again. We've already proposed, and the House has now passed, a bill to amend the Electoral Count Act to help ensure that no other future plots to overturn an election can succeed. And we will make further specific recommendations in our final report, based in part on the evidence you will hear today. Our hearings last summer began with an outline of President Trump's multi-part plan to overturn the 2020 presidential election. We then proceeded to demonstrate each of these elements in detail, with more than 20 hours of evidence. Today, we will see new evidence, but as the chairman said, we will also synthesize evidence you've seen before. The vast weight of evidence presented so far has shown us that the central cause of January 6th was one man, Donald Trump, whom many others followed. None of this would have happened without him. He was personally and substantially involved in all of it. Exactly how did one man cause all of this? Today, we will focus on President Trump's state of mind, his intent, his motivations, and how he spurred others to do his bidding, and how another January 6th could happen again if we do not take necessary action to prevent it. As you view our evidence today, I would suggest a focus on the following points. First, as you will see, President Trump had a premeditated plan to declare that the election was fraudulent and stolen before Election Day, before he knew the election results. He made his stolen election claims on election night against the advice of his campaign without any evidence in hand. Then, over the next 2 months, he sought to find those who would help him invent and spread lies about the widespread fraud. Many of those who stepped forward to help, including Rudy Giuliani, knew they never had real evidence sufficient to change the election results. And on the evening of January 5th, they admitted they were still trying to find that phantom evidence. Of course, as a result of making intentionally false claims of election fraud, Mr. Giuliani's license to practice law has now been suspended. Second, please recognize that President Donald Trump was in a unique position, better informed about the absence of widespread election fraud than almost any other American. President Trump's own campaign experts told him that there was no evidence to support his claims. His own Justice Department appointees investigated the election fraud claims and told him point blank they were false. In mid-December 2020, President Trump's senior advisors told him the time had come to concede the election. Donald Trump knew the courts had ruled against him. He had all of this information, but still he made the conscious choice to claim fraudulently that the election was stolen, to pressure state officials to change election results, to manufacture fake electoral slates, to attempt to corrupt our Department of Justice, to summon tens of thousands of supporters to Washington. Knowing that they were angry, knowing that some of them were armed, he sent them to the Capitol. Then, as the riot was underway, he incited his supporters to further violence by publicly condemning his vice president. And then he refused for hours to disband his rioting supporters and instruct them to leave the Capitol, even when he was begged repeatedly to do so. None of this is normal or acceptable or lawful in our republic. Third, please consider today who had a hand in defeating President Trump's efforts to overturn the election. Vice President Pence, Bill Barr, Jeff Rosen, and others at the Department of Justice, state Republican officials, White House staff who blocked proposals to mobilize the military to seize voting machines and run new elections, our Capitol Police, aided by the Metropolitan Police, other federal law enforcement, and our National Guard, who arrived later in the afternoon. All of these people had a hand in stopping Donald Trump. This leads us to a key question. Why would Americans assume that our Constitution and our institutions in our republic are invulnerable to another attack? Why would we assume that those institutions will not falter next time? A key lesson of this investigation is this: Our institutions only hold when men and women of good faith make them hold, regardless of the political cost. We have no guarantee that these men and women will be in place next time. Any future president inclined to attempt what Donald Trump did in 2020 has now learned not to install people who could stand in the way. And also, please consider this. The rulings of our courts are respected and obeyed because we as citizens pledge to accept and honor them. Most importantly, our president, who has a constitutional obligation to faithfully execute the laws, swears to accept them. What happens when the president disregards the court's rulings as illegitimate? When he disregards the rule of law? That, my fellow citizens, breaks our republic. Finally, as you view the evidence today, also consider this. President Trump knew from unassailable sources that his election fraud claims were false. He admitted he had lost the election. He took actions consistent with that belief. Claims that President Trump actually thought the election was stolen are not supported by fact and are not a defense. There is no defense that Donald Trump was duped or irrational. No president can defy the rule of law and act this way in a constitutional republic, period. Mr. Chairman, our nation's federal judges are sworn to do impartial justice, to preserve our Constitution and preserve our Union. Dozens of these judges have been addressing January 6th cases, and many have given us plain, unmistakable warnings about the direction of our republic. Let me read from one judge's statement given at a recent sentencing hearing. Quote, high-ranking members of Congress and state officials who know perfectly well the claim of fraud was and is untrue, and that the election was legitimate, are so afraid of losing their power, they won't say so. It has to be crystal clear that it is not patriotism, it is not standing up for America, to stand up for one man who knows full well that he lost, instead of the Constitution he was trying to subvert. Mr. Chairman, the violence and lawlessness of January 6th was unjustifiable, but our nation cannot only punish the foot soldiers who stormed our Capitol. Those who planned to overturn our election and brought us to the point of violence must also be accountable. With every effort to excuse or justify the conduct of the former president, we chip away at the foundation of our republic. Indefensible conduct is defended, inexcusable conduct is excused. Without accountability, it all becomes normal and it will recur. So as we watch the evidence today, please consider where our nation is in its history. Consider whether we can survive for another 246 years. Most people in most places on earth have not been free. America is an exception. And America continues only because we bind ourselves to our founders' principles, to our Constitution. We recognize that some principles must be beyond politics, inviolate, and more important than any single American who has ever lived. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objections, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very shortly after the election, we begin this meeting by returning to election night, November 3rd, 2020. As the chairman noted, we've previously presented testimony about how the election results were expected to come in that night. In certain states, ballots cast by mail before Election Day would be counted only after the polls closed that evening. That meant that election results would not be known for some time. Although President Trump's campaign manager, Bill Stepien, House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, and Jared Kushner had advised Donald Trump to encourage mail-in voting by Republicans, President Trump did not do so.
I just remember generally, you had people arguing that we had a very, very robust get out the vote effort, and that, mail-in ballots could be a good thing for us if we looked at it correctly.
There was one meeting that was had in particular. I invited Kevin McCarthy to join the meeting, he being of like mind on the issue with me, in which we made our case for why we believed mail-in voting not to be a bad thing for his campaign. But the president's mind was made up.
So it was expected before the election that the initial counts in some states, in other words, those votes cast on election day, would be more heavily Republican. And this would create the false perception of a lead for President Trump, a so-called red mirage. But as the results of the absentee ballots that were later counted, there could be trends towards Vice President Biden as those mail-in ballots were counted. Now, on election night, Donald Trump's advisors specifically told him he didn't have a factual basis to declare victory. He should wait for the remaining ballots to be counted. Here is campaign manager Bill Stepien.
It was far too early to be making any calls like that. Ballots were still being counted. Ballots were still going to be counted for days. And it was far too early to be making any proclamation like that. I believe my recommendation was to say that votes were still being counted. It's too early to tell, too early to call the race.
But President Trump did declare victory in the late hours of election night. Not only did he declare victory, he also called for the ongoing count of votes to just stop. Stopping the count would have violated both federal and state laws and also disenfranchised millions of voters who lawfully cast their vote. He called for that action anyway. Here's what he said.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. We want all voting to stop.
We now know more about President Trump's intention for election night. The evidence shows that his false victory speech was planned well in advance, before any votes had been counted. It was a premeditated plan by the president to declare victory no matter what the actual result was. He made a plan to stay in office before Election Day. Now, the vice president's staff was concerned with what Donald Trump might do on election night. They took steps to ensure that Mr. Pence would not echo a false victory announcement from President Trump. Here's what the vice president's counsel, Greg Jacob, told us about his preparations with the vice president's chief of staff, Mark Short.
Mark had indicated to me that there was a possibility that there would be a declaration of victory within the White House that some might push for. And this is prior to the election results being known. And that he was trying to figure out a way of avoiding the vice president sort of being thrust into a position of needing to opine on that when he might not have sufficient information to do so.
Now, following this conversation, Mr. Jacob drafted a memo to Mr. Short, which the Select Committee got from the National Archives. The memo was sent on November 3rd, Election Day, and advised it is essential that the vice president not be perceived by the public as having decided questions concerning disputed electoral votes prior to the full development of all relevant facts. A few days before the election, Mr. Trump also consulted with one of his outside advisors, inside activist Tom Fitton, about the strategy for election night. The Select Committee got this pre-prepared statement from the National Archives. As you can see, the draft statement, which was sent on October 31st, declares, "We had an election today, and I won." And the Fitton memo specifically indicates a plan that only the votes counted by the election day deadline, and there is no election day deadline, would matter. Everyone knew that ballot counting would lawfully continue past election day. Claiming that the counting on election night must stop before millions of votes were counted was, as we now know, a key part of President Trump's premeditated plan. On election day, just after 5 p.m., Mr. Fitton indicated he'd spoken with the president about the statement. Sending along again, just talked to him about the draft below. Again, this plan to declare victory was in place before any of the results had been determined. In the course of our investigation, we also interviewed Brad Parscale, President Trump's former campaign manager. He told us he understood that President Trump planned as early as July that he would say he won the election even if he lost. And just a few days before the election, Steve Bannon, a former Trump chief White House strategist and outside advisor to President Trump, spoke to a group of his associates from China and said this.
And what Trump's going to do is just declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory. But that doesn't mean he's the winner. He's just going to say he's the winner. The Democrats, more of our people vote early that count. Theirs voted mail. And so they're going to have a natural disadvantage, and Trump's going to take advantage of it. That's our strategy. He's going to declare himself a winner. So when you wake up Wednesday morning, it's going to be a firestorm. Also, if Trump is losing by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, it's going to be even crazier. Because he's going to sit right there and say they stole it.
Agree.
I'm directing the Attorney General to shut down all ballot places in all 50 states. It's going to be no. He's not going out easy. If Biden's winning, Trump is going to do some crazy shit.
As you know, Mr. Bannon refused to testify in our investigation. He's been convicted of criminal contempt of Congress, and he's awaiting sentencing. But the evidence indicates that Mr. Bannon had advanced knowledge of Mr. Trump's intent to declare victory falsely on election night, but also that Mr. Bannon knew about Mr. Trump's planning for January 6th. Here's what Bannon said on January 5th.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's all converging, and now we're on, as they say, the point of attack, right? The point of attack tomorrow. I'll tell you this. It's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen, okay? It's going to be quite extraordinarily different. And all I can say is strap in. You have made this happen, and tomorrow it's game day. So strap in. Let's get ready.
Another close associate of Donald Trump apparently knew of Mr. Trump's intentions as well. Now, Roger Stone is a political operative with a reputation for dirty tricks. In November 2019, he was convicted of lying to Congress and other crimes and sentenced to more than 3 years in prison. He's also a longtime advisor to President Trump and was in communication with President Trump throughout 2020. Mr. Trump pardoned Roger Stone on December 23rd, 2020. Now, recently, the Select Committee got footage of Mr. Stone before and after the election from Danish filmmaker Christopher Gilbranson, pursuant to a subpoena. Right before the election, here's Roger Stone talking about what President Trump would do after the election.
Let's just hope we're celebrating. I suspect it'll be, I really do suspect it will still be up in the air. When that happens, the key thing to do is to claim victory. Possession is 9/10 of the law. No, we won. Fuck you. Sorry, over. We won. You're wrong. Fuck you. I said, fuck the Lord, and let's get right to the violence. That's what I'm doing. Start smashing pumpkins, if you know what I mean.
The Select Committee called Mr. Stone as a witness, but he invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination.
Do you believe the violence on January 6th was justified?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question on the basis of the Fifth Amendment.
And Mr. Stone, did you have any role in planning for the violence on January 6th?
Once again, I will assert my Fifth Amendment right to decline to answer your question.
Although we don't yet have all the relevant records of Roger Stone's communications, even Stone's own social media posts acknowledge that he spoke with Donald Trump on December 27th as preparations for January 6th were underway. In this post, you can see how Roger Stone talked about his conversations with President Trump. He wrote, "I also told the president exactly how he can appoint a special counsel with full subpoena power to ensure those who are attempting to steal the 2020 election through voter fraud are charged and convicted, and to ensure Donald Trump continues as our president." As we know by now, the idea for a special counsel was not just an idle suggestion. It was something President Trump had actually tried to do earlier that month. We know that Roger Stone was at the Willard Hotel on January 5th and 6th, and we know from other witness testimony that President Trump asked his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, to speak with Roger Stone and General Michael Flynn that night. In addition to his connection to President Trump, Roger Stone maintained extensive direct connections to two groups responsible for violently attacking the Capitol, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys. Individuals from both of these organizations have been charged with the crime of seditious conspiracy. Now, what is seditious conspiracy? It is a conspiracy to use violent force against the United States, to oppose the lawful authority of the United States. Multiple associates of Roger Stone from both the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys have been charged with this crime. Close associates of Roger Stone, including Joshua James, have pled guilty to this crime. We know that at least 7 Oath Keepers who have been criminally charged provided personal security for Roger Stone or were seen with him on January 6th or in the weeks leading up to January 6th. For example, Joshua James, the leader of the Alabama Oath Keepers, provided security for Roger Stone and was with him on January 5th. This is the picture of the two together on January 5th. James entered the Capitol on January 6th. He assaulted a police officer. Earlier this year, he pled guilty to seditious conspiracy and obstruction of Congress. Another example is the married couple, Kelly and Connie Meggs. Now, Kelly Meggs was the leader of the Florida chapter of the Oath Keepers. Both he and his wife provided security for Roger Stone, and both are charged with leading a military-style stack attack of Oath Keepers, attacking the Capitol on January 6th. Perhaps even more disturbing is Roger Stone's close association with Enrique Tarrio, the national chairman of the Proud Boys. Roger Stone's connection with Enrique Tarrio and the Proud Boys is well documented by video evidence with phone records the Select Committee has obtained. Tarrio, along with other Proud Boys, has been charged with multiple crimes concerning the attack on January 6th, including seditious conspiracy. During the attack, Tarrio sent a message to other Proud Boys claiming, "We did that." He also visited the White House on December 12th. Later that day, He posted a disturbing video claiming credit for the attack. This video, posted on January 6th, was apparently created prior to the attack. This big lie, President Trump's effort to convince Americans that he had won the 2020 election, began before the election results even came in. It was intentional, it was premeditated, it was not based on election results or any evidence of actual fraud affecting the results or any actual problems with voting machines. It was a plan concocted in advance to convince his supporters that he won. And the people who seemingly knew about that plan in advance would ultimately play a significant role in the events of January 6th. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very shortly after the election, the Trump campaign recognized that they had likely lost the election, and they informed Donald Trump of that fact. Even before the networks called the race for President Biden on November 7th, his chances of pulling out a victory were virtually non-existent, and President Trump knew it.
Do you know if anybody ever told the president that he had lost and that there wasn't a chance of him winning?
I know that the president, when the networks called it, of course, he was informed about the network decision. That afternoon, at some point, myself and a handful of other folks went over and sat down with the president and communicated that the odds of us prevailing in legal challenges were very small.
You know, after the election, as of November 7th, in your judgment, what were the chances of President Trump winning the election?
After that point?
Yes.
None.
At times, President Trump acknowledged the reality of his loss. Although he publicly claimed that he had won the election, privately, he admitted that Joe Biden would take over as president. Here's a few examples of that.
So we're in the Oval and there's a discussion going on. And the president says, I think it could have been Pompeo, but he says words to the effect of, yeah, we lost, we need to let that issue go to the next guy, meaning President Biden.
I remember maybe a week after the election was called, I popped into the Oval just to give the president the headlines and see how he was doing. And he was looking at the TV and he said, "Can you believe I lost to this effing guy?"
Mark raised it with me on the 18th. And so following that conversation, we're in the motorcade ride driving back to the White House. And I said, does the president really think that he lost? And he said, a lot of times he'll tell me that he lost, but he wants to keep fighting it. And he thinks that there might be enough to overturn the election, but he pretty much has acknowledged that he's lost.
Knowing that he had lost and that he had only weeks left in office, President Trump rushed to complete his unfinished business. One key example is this. President Trump issued an order for large-scale U.S. troop withdrawals. He disregarded concerns about the consequences for fragile governments on the front lines of the fight against ISIS and al-Qaeda terrorists. Knowing he was leaving office, he acted immediately and signed this order on November 11th, which would have required the immediate withdrawal of troops from Somalia and Afghanistan, all to be complete before the Biden inauguration on January 20th. As you watch these clips, recall that General Keith Kellogg was the National Security Advisor to the Vice President and had served as Chief of Staff to the National Security Council for President Trump. And General Milley was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the Pentagon.
Are you familiar with a memo that the president reportedly signed on November 11th, 2020, ordering that troops be withdrawn from Afghanistan and Somalia?
Yes. So I think you might have seen some things where there's a memo or something from Johnny McEntee to Douglas McGregor. It says, here's your task to get U.S. forces out of Somalia, get U.S. forces out of Afghanistan.
When you first
interviewed and met Colonel Douglas McGregor, is it fair to say you discussed this decision of withdrawing from Somalia and Afghanistan, correct?
Yeah, I'm sure that was part of it, yeah.
And that was the position that he was taking over there was senior advisor to the Secretary of Defense, is that correct?
Yes.
So on that same day, just so I'm clear, he responded back to you that they, meaning DOD leadership, was not going to take any of those steps without an order.
Without a directive, yeah.
I explained in language that should be in the order while I was in the meeting with McEntee. And this was my answer to him. I said, if you want this to happen, or the president wants this to happen, he's got to write an order.
So you never wrote this down in any capacity?
I sketched on a piece of paper for him some key statements. The president directs. This is, what's the right word? Boilerplate language.
Who was in his office drafted the order?
It was myself and one of my assistants.
McEntee duly types it up, brings it in to the president. President signs it, and boom, it's over, faxed over, or emailed, scanned over to Castillo, delivers it to me.
Was it by auto pen or was it the president himself signing it?
It was the president.
And who obtained that signature?
I did.
It is odd. It is non-standard. It is potentially dangerous. I personally thought it was militarily not feasible nor wise.
And I proceeded to tell the PPO and proceeded to tell McGregor that if I ever saw anything like that, I would do something physical, because I thought what that was done was a tremendous disservice to the nation. And by the way, that was a very, very contested issue. There were people who did not agree with getting out of Afghanistan. I appreciate their concerns. An immediate departure that memo said would have been a catastrophic. It's the same thing what President Biden went through. It would have been a debacle.
Keep in mind, the order was for an immediate withdrawal. It would have been catastrophic, and yet President Trump signed the order. These are the highly consequential actions of a president who knows his term will shortly end. At the same time that President Trump was acknowledging privately that he had lost the election, he was hearing that there was no evidence of fraud or irregularities sufficient to change the outcome.
I remember a call with Mr. Meadows, where Mr. Meadows was asking me what I was finding and if I was finding anything. And I remember sharing with him that we weren't finding anything that would be sufficient to change the results in any of the key states.
When was that conversation?
Probably in November, mid to late November. I think it was before my child was born.
And what was Mr. Meadows' reaction to that information?
I believe the words he used were, "So there's no there."
It would be our job to track it down and come up dry, because the allegation didn't prove to be true. And we'd have to, relay the news that, yeah, that tip that someone told you about those votes or that fraud, or, nothing came of it. That will be our job as the truth telling squad, and, not a fun job to be, it's an easier job to be telling the president about, wild allegations. It's a harder job to be telling him on the back end that, yeah, that wasn't true.
What was generally discussed on that topic was whether the fraud, maladministration, abuse, or irregularities, if aggregated and read most favorably to the campaign, would that be outcome determinative? And I think everyone's assessment in the room, at least amongst the staff, Mark Short, myself, and Greg Jacob, was that it was not sufficient to be outcome determinative.
Look, it's the right of any candidate to litigate genuine election disputes. Nobody argues that, but President Trump's litigation was completely unsuccessful. In our past hearings, we told you that the committee had identified a total of 62 election lawsuits filed by the Trump campaign and its allies between November 4th and January 6th of 2021. Those cases resulted in 61 losses and only a single victory, which did not affect the outcome for any candidate. The claims were not supported by any sufficient evidence of fraud or irregularities. In fact, they were baseless, as judges repeatedly recognized. In none of these 62 cases was President Trump able to establish any viable claims of election fraud sufficient to overturn the results of the election. In those hearings, we shared with you the words used by judges around the country in rejecting the Trump campaign's claims. It's strong language criticizing the lack of evidentiary support for the claims of election fraud in those lawsuits. For example, a federal appeals court in Pennsylvania wrote, quote, "Charges require specific allegations and proof. We have neither here." A federal judge in Wisconsin wrote, quote, "The court has allowed the former president the chance to make his case, and he has lost on the merits." Another judge in Michigan called the claims, quote, "nothing but speculation and conjecture that votes for President Trump were either destroyed, discarded, or switched to votes for Vice President Biden." A federal judge in Michigan sanctioned 9 attorneys, including Sidney Powell, for making frivolous allegations in an election fraud case, describing the case as a historic and profound abuse of the judicial process. Recently, a group of distinguished Republican election lawyers, former judges, and elected officials issued a report confirming the findings of the courts. In their report entitled "Lost, Not Stolen," these prominent Republicans analyzed each election challenge and concluded this: Donald Trump and his supporters failed to present evidence of fraud or inaccurate results significant enough to invalidate the results of the 2020 presidential election. On December 11th, Trump's allies lost a lawsuit in the U.S. Supreme Court that he regarded as his last chance at success in the courts. A newly obtained Secret Service message from that day shows how angry President Trump was about the outcome. Quote, "Just FYI, POTUS is pissed. Breaking news, Supreme Court denied his lawsuit. He is livid now." Cassidy Hutchison, an aide to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, was present for that conversation and described it in this way.
This is the day that the Supreme Court had rejected that case. Mr. Meadows and I were in the White House residence at a Christmas reception. And as we were walking back from the Christmas reception that evening, the president was walking out of the Oval Office, so we crossed paths in the Rose Garden Colonnade. The president was fired up about the Supreme Court decision. And so I was standing next to Mr. Meadows, but I stepped back, so I was probably 2-3 feet catty corner from him, diagonal from him. The president's just raging about the decision and how it's wrong and why didn't we make more calls, and just his typical anger outburst at this decision. And the president said he had said something to the effect of, "I don't want people to know we lost, Mark. This is embarrassing. Figure it out. We need to figure it out. I don't want people to know that we lost."
Our country is a country of laws where every person, including the president, must follow the law and respect the judgment of our courts. President Trump's closest advisors held that view both then and now.
Well, do you believe the president should abide by the rulings of the courts?
Oh, yes, we should all comply with the law at all times to the best of our ability, every one of us.
So once the courts had ruled and the Electoral College had met, the election was over in your view?
Yes, I think I've said previously that when the vice president made the certification and the litigation was complete, it was complete.
When the Electoral College met on the 14th?
Yes, as of December 14th, is that right? I think that's the right date, yes.
I assume, Pat, that you would agree the president is obligated to abide by the rulings of the courts.
course.
And I assume you also would,
Everybody is obligated to abide by rules, of course.
and I assume you also would agree the president has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
That is one of the president's obligations, correct?
Ivanka, do you believe the president's obligated to abide by the rulings of the courts?
I do.
By mid-December of 2020, President Trump's senior staff were attempting to persuade him to concede the election outcome.
But if your question is that I believe he should concede the election at a point in time, yes, I did.
December 14th was the day that the states certified their votes and sent them to Congress. And in my view, that was the end of the matter. I didn't see, I thought that this would lead inexorably to a new administration.
I told him that my personal viewpoint was that the Electoral College had met, which is the system that our country is set under to elect a president and vice president. And I believed at that point that the means for him to pursue litigation was probably closed.
And you recall what his response, if any, was?
He disagreed.
Secretary of Labor Gene Scalia, the son of late Justice Scalia, visited President Trump in mid-December and explained the situation clearly.
And so I had to put a call into the president. I might have called on the 13th. We spoke, I believe, on the 14th, in which I conveyed to him that I thought that it was time for him to acknowledge that President Biden had prevailed in the election. But I communicated to the president that when that legal process is exhausted and when the electors have voted, that's the point at which that outcome needs to be expected. I told him that I did believe, yes, that once those legal processes were run, if fraud had not been established that had affected the outcome of the election, then unfortunately, I believed that what had to be done was concede the outcome.
Not only did the courts reject President Trump's fraud and other allegations, his Department of Justice appointees, including Bill Barr, Jeffrey Rosen, and Richard Donahue, did as well. President Trump knew the truth. He heard what all his experts and senior staff were telling him. He knew he had lost the election, but he made the deliberate choice to ignore the courts, to ignore the Justice Department, to ignore his campaign leadership, to ignore senior advisors, and to pursue a completely unlawful effort to overturn the election. His intent was plain: ignore the rule of law and stay in power. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Luria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mid-December was a turning point. President Trump made a decision, a choice, to ignore the courts and his advisors and to push forward to overturn the election. His efforts to overturn the election were not random or disconnected. Rather, they were part of a coordinated, multi-part plan to ensure that he stayed in power. Donald Trump was the driver behind each part of this plan. He was personally and directly involved. Of course, a key element of the plan was continuing to convince tens of millions of Americans that he did not, in fact, lose. Again, he did this even though his own campaign advisors and his Justice Department officials told him his claims of fraud were wrong. In this video, you'll see that even when top law enforcement officials told the president his election fraud claims were false, he still repeated the claims in the days and weeks that followed. Sometimes, even the very next day.
I specifically raised the Dominion voting machines, which I found to be among the most disturbing allegations. Disturbing in the sense that I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations. I told them that it was crazy stuff, and they were wasting their time on that, and it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
We have a company that's very suspect. Its name is Dominion. With the turn of a dial or the change of a chip, you can press a button for Trump and the vote goes to Biden. What kind of a system is this?
We definitely talked about Antrim County again. That was sort of done at that point because the hand recount had been done and all of that. But we cited back to that to say, you know, this is an example of what people are telling you and what's being filed in some of these court filings that are just not supported by the evidence. And this is the problem. The problem is people keep telling you these things and they turn out not to be true.
In addition, there is the highly troubling matter of Dominion voting systems. In one Michigan county alone, 6,000 votes were switched from Trump to Biden, and the same systems are used in the majority of states in our country.
I went into this and would, you know, tell them how crazy some of these allegations were and how ridiculous some of them were. I'm talking about some of the ones like, you know, more absentee votes were cast in Pennsylvania than there were absentee ballots requests. You know, stuff like that was just easy to blow up. There was never an indication of interest in what the actual facts were.
There were more votes than there were voters. Think of that. You had more votes than you had voters. That's an easy one to figure. And it's by the thousands.
Then he raised the big vote dump, as he called it, in Detroit. And that, you know, he said people saw boxes coming into the counting station at all hours of the morning. And I said, Mr. President, there are 630 precincts in Detroit, and unlike elsewhere in the state, they centralized the counting process, so they're not counted in each precinct. They're moved to counting stations. And so the normal process would involve boxes coming in at all different hours.
This is Michigan. At 6:31 in the morning, a vote dump of 149,772 votes came in unexpectedly.
With regard to Georgia, we looked at the tape, we interviewed the witnesses. There is no suitcase. The president kept fixating on this suitcase that supposedly had fraudulent ballots and that the suitcase was rolled out from under the table. And I said, no, sir, there is no suitcase. You can watch that video over and over. There is no suitcase. There is a wheeled bin where they carry the ballots, and that's just how they move ballots around that facility. There's nothing suspicious about that at all.
Election officials pull boxes, Democrats, and suitcases of ballots out from under a table. You all saw it on television. Totally fraudulent.
This happened over and over again, and our committee's report will document it. Purposeful lies made in public directly at odds with what Donald Trump knew from unassailable sources, the Justice Department's own investigations and his own campaign. Donald Trump maliciously repeated this nonsense to a wide audience over and over again. His intent was to deceive. President Trump's plan also involved trying to coerce government officials to change the election outcome in the states he lost. He personally reached out to numerous state officials and pressured them to take unlawful steps to alter the election results in those states. These actions, taken directly by the president himself, made it clear what his intentions were: to prevent the orderly transfer of power. We all recall, for example, President Trump's tape-recorded call with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. At the time this call occurred, President Trump had already been told repeatedly by the U.S. Justice Department, by his campaign, and by his advisors that his allegations of fraud in Georgia were false.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state. Look, we need only 11,000 votes. We have far more than that as it stands now. We'll have more and more. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas,
I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
I just want to find 11,780 votes. That's an extraordinary demand by the president, especially since he already knew from the Justice Department there was no genuine basis for this request. No one could think it would be legal for the Secretary of State to simply find the votes the president needed in order to win. Secretary Raffensperger told the president the truth, that he lost the election in Georgia. But President Trump did not accept that answer. Instead, he suggested that Secretary Raffensperger himself might be prosecuted.
That's a criminal offense. And you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan, your lawyer. That's a big risk.
We know that President Trump's White House advisors reacted negatively. Immediately after the call, Cassidy Hutchinson had a conversation with Chief of Staff Mark Meadows.
I remember looking at Mark and I said, Mark, you can't possibly think we're going to pull this off. Like, that call was crazy. And he looked at me and just started shaking his head and he was like, no, Cass, he knows it's over. He knows he lost, but we're going to keep trying. There's some good options out there still. We're going to keep trying.
This call and other related activity is now the focus of an ongoing criminal investigation in Fulton County, Georgia. And Georgia is not the only state where President Trump tried to pressure state officials to change the results. He also attempted to pressure state officials in Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Michigan to change the results in those states as well. While President Trump was pressuring state officials, he was also trying to use the Department of Justice to change the election result. His top officials told him that there was no evidence to support his claims of fraud, but he didn't care. As he told them, just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman. When these officials would not do what he said, President Trump embarked in an effort to install Jeff Clark as acting attorney general, solely because he would do what others in the department would not do. We know that Trump was doing so for a specific purpose, so Clark could corruptly employ the Justice Department's authority to help persuade the states to flip electoral votes. For example, when Richard Donahue and Jeff Rosen, both appointed by President Trump, learned of Mr. Clark's proposal, here's why they said they forcefully rejected it.
And I recall toward the end saying, what you're proposing is nothing less than the United States Justice Department meddling in the outcome of a presidential election.
But more importantly, this was not based on fact. This was actually contrary to the facts as developed by department investigations over the last several weeks and months. So I responded to that, and for the department to insert itself into the political process this way, I think would have had grave consequences for the country. It may very well have spiraled us into a constitutional crisis.
We know from our investigation that President Trump offered Jeff Clark the position of acting attorney general, and that Jeff Clark had decided to accept it. The only reason this ultimately did not happen is that the White House counsel and a number of Justice Department officials confronted the president in the Oval Office and threatened mass resignation.
And then, and I said something to the effect of, you're going to have a huge personnel blowout within hours because you're going to have all kinds of problems with resignations and other issues. And that's not going to be in anyone's interest.
The president ultimately relented only because the entire leadership of the Department of Justice, as well as his White House counsel, threatened to resign. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Murphy, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Trump's efforts to unlawfully overturn the results of the 2020 election were not limited to the big lie and pressuring state officials and the Department of Justice officials. Another key part of the president's effort was a scheme to assemble fake electors to cast false electoral votes in the states that President Trump lost. This was something done not only with the president's knowledge, but also with his direct participation. Ronna McDaniel, chair of the Republican National Committee, testified before this committee that President Trump and his attorney, Dr. John Eastman, called her and asked her to arrange for the fake electors to meet and rehearse the process of casting their fake votes.
When I received the call, again, I don't remember the exact date. It was from the White House switchboard, and it was President Trump who had contacted me.
And did President Trump have anyone else on the line with him?
He introduced me to a gentleman named John Eastman. So I vaguely remember him mentioning that he was a professor, and then essentially he turned the call over to Mr. Eastman, who then proceeded to talk about the importance of the RNC helping the campaign gather these contingent electors in case any of the legal challenges that were ongoing changed the result of any of the dates.
These fake electors were ultimately part of the president's plan to replace genuine Biden electors with Trump electors on January 6th. As part of this plan, the false electoral slates were sent to the National Archives and to the Capitol. The fake electors plan was also tied to another plan, the coercive pressure campaign to make Vice President Mike Pence reject or refuse to count certain Biden electoral votes so that President Donald Trump would, quote, win re-election instead. Here is what Vice President Pence has said about this scheme.
President Trump said I had the right to overturn the election. But President Trump is wrong. I had no right to overturn the election. The presidency belongs to the American people and the American people alone. And frankly, there is no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the American president.
Make no mistake, President Trump knew that what he was demanding Vice President Pence do was illegal. He was informed of this repeatedly, and specifically on January 4th. Even his lawyer, John Eastman, admitted in front of President Trump that this plan would break the law by violating the Electoral Count Act.
Did John Eastman ever admit, as far as you know, in front of the president, that his proposal would violate the Electoral Count Act?
I believe he did on the 4th.
And Dr. Eastman confirmed this in writing. Recall this email written on January 6, in which Vice President Pence's counsel asked Dr. Eastman, did you advise the president that in your professional judgment, the vice president does not have power to decide things unilaterally? Dr. Eastman replied, he's been so advised. Of course, President Trump's own White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, also recognized that this plan was unlawful. Here is Mr. Cipollone's testimony.
My view is that the vice president didn't have the legal authority to do anything except what he did.
There is no doubt that President Trump's pressure campaign on Vice President Pence was significant. On the morning of January 6, President Trump called the vice president from the Oval Office and demanded that he overturn the results of the election. Numerous witnesses told the Select Committee about the invective that President Trump leveled at his own vice president.
Something to the effect, the wording's wrong. I made the wrong decision 4 or 5 years ago.
And the word that she relayed to that the president called the vice president, I apologize for being impolite, but do you remember what she said her father called him?
The P word.
But Vice President Pence didn't waver even when his own life was endangered by President Trump and the rioters at the Capitol on January 6th, as you'll see in more detail later. A federal judge concluded, based on this and other evidence, that President Trump's pressure campaign against the vice president likely violated multiple criminal statutes. In the end, all these people, Department of Justice officials, state elections officials, his own vice president, stood strong in the face of President Trump's immense pressure. But as we now know, President Trump had already summoned tens of thousands of his supporters to Washington on January 6 to take back their country. On December 19th, President Trump first told his supporters to come to Washington. In this and numerous other tweets, he fraudulently and repeatedly promoted January 6th as the day Americans could come and change the election outcome. For weeks, President Trump worked with others to plan the rally, intending all along that he would send an assembled crowd of angry supporters to the Capitol after his speech on the ellipse on January 6th. We obtained a text message that one rally organizer sent on January 4th. In part, it reads that, quote, POTUS is going to have us march there / the Capitol, and POTUS is going to just call for it unexpectedly. Again, each of these examples, the big lie, the pressure campaigns against state officials, the pressure campaign against the Department of Justice and his vice president, the fake electors, summoning the mob, all of this demonstrates President Trump's personal and substantial role in the plot to overturn the election. He was intimately involved. He was the central player. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our past hearings, you have seen direct evidence that President Trump sent a crowd of his supporters to the Capitol on January 6th, knowing they were armed and angry. This was the last, most desperate and dangerous prong of his plan to disrupt the joint session and prevent the orderly transition of power. On the morning of the 6th, the Secret Service was at the ellipse, screening the members of the crowd as they entered the rally site. And they noticed something significant about the crowd. Tens of thousands of people were out.
Her Excellency, Madam Minister Sri Mulyani, Finance Minister of Republic of Indonesia, and of course, His Excellency, Governor Periwarjo.
The committee has received greater cooperation from the Secret Service. Nevertheless, Secret Service text messages from this period were erased in the days and months following the attack on the Capitol, even though documents and materials related to January 6th had already been requested by the Department of Justice and Congress. But we were able to obtain nearly 1 million emails, recordings, and other electronic records from the Secret Service. Over the month of August, the Select Committee began its review of hundreds of thousands of pages and multiple hours of that material, providing substantial new evidence about what happened on January 6th and the days leading up to it. That review continues. What you're about to hear is just a sample of the new and relevant evidence that we have received. Mounting evidence before January 6th predicted violence, and not just violence generally, but violence directed at the Capitol. Intelligence about this risk was directly available to the U.S. Secret Service and others in the White House in advance of the ellipse speech, in advance of the march to the Capitol. The committee has shown evidence that President Trump was aware of the risk of violence. The FBI, U.S. Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police, and other agencies all gathered and disseminated intelligence suggesting the possibility of violence at the Capitol prior to the riot. We're now going to show you just a sample of the evidence we have received. Days before January 6th, the president's senior advisors at the Department of Justice and FBI, for example, received an intelligence summary that included material indicating that certain people traveling to Washington were making plans to attack the Capitol. This summary noted online calls to occupy federal buildings, rhetoric about invading the Capitol building, and plans to arm themselves and to engage in political violence at the event. Other agencies were also hearing predictions suggesting possible violence at the Capitol. On a call with President Trump's White House National Security Staff in early January 2021, Deputy Secretary of Defense David Norquist had warned about the potential that the Capitol would be the target of the attack. Here's General Mark Milley, who was also present for this call, describing Deputy Secretary Norquist's warning.
So during these calls, I only remember in hindsight because he was almost like clairvoyant.
Norquist says during one of these calls, the greatest threat is a direct assault on the Capitol. I'll never forget it.
This email, for example, was an alert that the Secret Service received on December 24th with the heading, "Armed and Ready, Mr. President." According to the intelligence, multiple users online were targeting members of Congress, instructing others to march into the chambers on January 6th and make sure they know who to fear. In this report received on December 26th, a Secret Service field office relayed a tip that had been received by the FBI. According to the source of the tip, the Proud Boys plan to march armed into DC. They think that they will have a large enough group to march into DC armed, the source reported, and will outnumber the police so they can't be stopped. The source went on to say, their plan is to literally kill people. Please take this tip seriously and investigate further. The source also made clear that the Proud Boys had detailed their plans on multiple websites, like the Donald.win. Let's pause here. The Secret Service had advance information more than 10 days beforehand regarding the Proud Boys planning for January 6th. We know now, of course, that the Proud Boys and others did lead the assault on our Capitol building. On December 31st, agents circulated intelligence reports that President Trump's supporters have proposed a movement to occupy Capitol Hill. In particular, they flagged spikes in violent hashtags like "We Are the Storm," 1776 Rebel, and Occupy Capitals. On January 5th, a Secret Service open source unit flagged a social media account on the Donald.win that threatened to bring a sniper rifle to a rally on January 6th. The user also posted a picture of a handgun and rifle with the caption, "Sunday Gun Day," providing Overwatch January 6th will be wild. Later, on the evening of January 5th, the Secret Service learned during an FBI briefing that right-wing groups were establishing armed QRFs, or quick reaction forces, readying to deploy for January 6th. Groups like the Oath Keepers were standing by at the ready should POTUS request assistance. By invoking the Insurrection Act, agents were informed. As we all know now, the Oath Keepers did play a specific role on January 6th and had stashed weapons in Virginia for further violence that evening. Also on that day, the Secret Service was readying its security precautions for the president's speech at the Ellipse the next day. A Secret Service deputy chief instructed agents to add certain objects to the list of items that would be prohibited at the rally site, including ballistic vests, tactical vests, armored or not, and ballistic helmets. By the morning of January 6th, it was clear that the Secret Service anticipated violence. It felt like the calm before the storm, one agent predicted in a Protective Intelligence Division chat group. Another remarked how agents were watching the crazies on live stream. By 9:09 that morning, the Secret Service could also see that many rally goers were assembled outside the security perimeter. One agent emailed, possibly because they have stuff that couldn't come through, would probably be an issue with this crowd. Just a thought. By 9:30 that morning, agents reported more than 25,000 people outside the rally site. An hour later, the Secret Service reported that the crowd was on the mall watching, but not in line. The head of the President's Secret Service Protective Detail, Robert Engel, was specifically aware of the large crowds outside the magnetometers. He passed that information along to Tony Ornato, who worked for Mark Meadows in the Chief of Staff's office. The documents we obtained from the Secret Service make clear that the crowd outside the magnetometers was armed and the agents knew it. Take a look at what they were seeing and hearing on the ground. One report from the rally site at 7:58 a.m. said, some members of the crowd are wearing ballistic helmets, body armor, carrying radio equipment, and military-grade backpacks. Another from 9:30 a.m. said that there were possibly OC spray, meaning pepper spray, and or plastic riot shields. At 11:23 a.m., agents also reported possible armed individuals, one with a Glock, one with a rifle. Over the next hour, agents reported possible man with a gun reported, confirmed pistol on hip located in a tree, and one detained at 14th and I Street Northwest. Individual had an assault rifle on his person. Minutes before President Trump began his speech, members of the Federal Protective Service, an agency tasked with protecting federal buildings, were alerted about an arrest of a protester with a gun on his waistband. And during the speech, the weapons-related arrests continued. At 12:13 p.m., United States Park Police arrested a man with a rifle in front of the World War II memorial. These agents remarked on the number of weapons that had been seized that day, speculating that the situation could get worse. With so many weapons found so far, you wonder how many are unknown, one agent wrote at 12:36 p.m. Could be sporty after dark. At 12:47 p.m., another agent responded, no doubt. The people at the Ellipse said they are moving to the Capitol after the POTUS speech. As the documents we received make clear, the Secret Service was aware of weapons possessed by those gathered at rallies in DC as early as the evening before. Take this document, for instance, which details multiple arrests in the crowds demonstrating on January 5th. Those arrests were for weapons offenses, handguns, high-capacity feeding devices, ammunition. What the Secret Service saw on the 6th was entirely consistent with the violent rhetoric circulating in the days before the joint session on pro-Trump websites, at times amplified by the president's own advisors. On one of these sites, as you've heard, one of those was called the Donald.win. The Select Committee has obtained a text message that Jason Miller, a senior communications advisor, sent to Mark Meadows less than a week before January 6th. I got the base fired up, he wrote in all caps. He sent a link to this page on the Donald.win. The linked web page had comments about the joint session of Congress on January 6th. Take a look at some of those comments. Gallows don't require electricity. If the filthy commie maggots try to push their fraud through, there will be hell to pay. Our lawmakers in Congress can leave one of two ways. One, in a body bag. Two, after rightfully certifying Trump the winner. Mr. Miller claimed that he had no idea about the hundreds of comments like these in the link that he sent to Mark Meadows.
If I had seen something like that, I probably would have flipped it to someone at the White House. Or if I had seen some of that nature, I would have said, we got to flag this for Secret Service or something of that nature.
But the Trump administration was aware of this type of violent rhetoric prior to January 6th. In fact, as we have seen, the Secret Service and other agencies knew of the prospect of violence well in advance of the president's speech at the Ellipse. Despite this, certain White House and Secret Service witnesses previously testified that they had received no intelligence about violence that could have potentially threatened any of the protectees on January 6th, including the vice president. Evidence strongly suggests that this testimony is not credible, and the committee is reviewing additional material from the Secret Service and other sources. The Secret Service was monitoring this kind of online activity and was sharing and receiving the results of that effort. They work closely with other agencies, sharing intelligence about the joint session of Congress derived from social media and other sources. The same day Jason Miller sent his text message, agents received reports about a spike in activity on another platform called Parler. This was December 30th. In this email, an agent received a report noting a lot of violent rhetoric on Parler directed at government people and entities. including Secret Service protectees. One of these protectees was Vice President Pence, perhaps the primary target of President Trump's pressure campaign in the days leading up to January 6th. The day before the joint session, on January 5th, Secret Service was aware of increased chatter focused on Vice President Pence, in particular, whether he would do what President Trump wanted him to do, reverse the results of the election in the joint session the next day, January 6th. On the morning of the 6th, agents received alerts of online threats that Vice President Pence would be, quote, a dead man walking if he doesn't do the right thing. Another agent reported, quote, I saw several other alerts saying they will storm the Capitol if he doesn't do the right thing. The anger reflected in these postings was obvious. The man at the center of the storm on January 6th, President Trump. On the evening of January 5th, President Trump gathered a few of his communications staffers in the Oval Office. The door was open, allowing the president and others assembled there to hear the sounds of the crowd gathered at Freedom Plaza just a few blocks from the White House. President Trump could tell that his supporters were riled up. Here again is Judd Deere, a deputy White House press secretary, describing the president's reaction.
He fairly quickly moved to how fired up the crowd is, or was going to be.
And what did he say about it?
Just that they were fired up. They were angry. They feel like the election has been stolen, that the election was rigged, that we went on and on about that for a little bit.
Yes, the president knew the crowd was angry because he had stoked that anger. He knew that they believed that the election had been rigged and stolen because he had told them falsely that it had been rigged and stolen. And by the time he incited that angry mob to march on the Capitol, he knew they were armed and dangerous. All the better to stop the peaceful transfer of power. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. At this point in our meeting, we'll take a brief recess. Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
So it looks like we're going to go to a break. I guess we were going to have an opening statement from each of the committee members. I have a few people waiting in the wings here to bring some commentary. Texas Paul, if he's ready there, I can bring him in to see what some of his take was on what we heard from the committee so far. Texas Paul, how are you? You're muted there, my friend.
Sorry about that, my man.
Nope.
I didn't want to leak anything during.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I am incredibly, as far as a closing argument goes, this has been amazing. They have just really just detailed this out from beginning to end, step to step. I was just, I can't tell you how impressed I was at how sequentially and easy to understand they have laid this out. I mean, from the premeditation to all the way through the execution. And I'm sure after this break, we're going to get the reaction during, Trump has repeatedly lied and said that he wasn't watching this, that he wasn't aware, but we've seen releases recently from him at the ellipse actually watching the violence take place, and we're probably going to see some testimony from folks that he was watching it at the White House. It is really, I'll be honest with you, I'm a little gobsmacked at how good this is being laid out. I just would not want to be Donald Trump right now.
Well, that's a good point, Gabe Sanchez, because Donald Trump is quiet on Fraud Social. I've been keeping tabs on Fraud Social and his social media posts to try to see if this guy is going to rage post like he normally does, and he has remained completely silent, which is kind of telling. The other news that we have outside the hearing is that it is likely that the committee will vote today to subpoena Donald Trump to the committee, which is something that has been asked of these members over and over, time and time again in the media. Will they subpoena him? And apparently NBC News has obtained information that, yes, they are going to vote to possibly subpoena Donald Trump. But what do you make of some of the news that the Secret Service knew that the QRF was there? What do you make of that, Mr. Sanchez?
I mean, it's parts of me, I'm saying it's not surprising. Obviously, I'm surprised that they were able to, or that they did hand over some of this communication, especially since they were saying, oh, January 5th and January 6th, we just happened to get them lost because they were deleted during a phone upgrade, but they were able to recover all these other ones before and after. It's a little suspicious, but the fact that we're hearing this, not surprising, considering we know that communication was going to Tony Ornato that we heard about. I feel like we're going to hear more, or at least I hope that we're going to hear more of that, especially as we go into other Roger Stone communication, hear more about the documentary. But I mean, this doesn't look good. I mean, we're finding out more and more details, you know, like Texas Paul indicated, like we're getting a good amount during this hearing, because I think for the most part, this might be the very last one that we get. So they're trying to get as much kind of sound bites, clips, audio, whatever you can, so that we can show the American people what really happened on January 6th. So this is I mean, there's no lull so far today. And I'm very excited and very glad to see that happening. But I will say that I feel like there's going to be more that's revealed after the break. I mean, this is all seemed to be kind of leading up to something, as we're going to be climaxing here to a big moment for the audience for a bigger reveal, whether it's the vote that happens. But I think as they lead up, they're leaving breadcrumbs for everyone that's watching to follow along and see how they come to this final conclusion, especially for anyone who's just now tuning in and never watched 1 through 8 and is just getting this for day 9. So that's kind of where I feel like it's going to go. But I'm very excited to see kind of how the second half of this thing goes.
Well, we have Jessica Denson here as well. Jessica, I'm glad you could join us for this quick break. I think they're going to take 10 or 15 minutes. I think you said 10. But what was your take so far on the information that the committee has laid out? And this is just their opening statements, by the way, which is kind of telling of how much information they may be giving us today. But what's your take so far?
Yeah, just like Texas Paul was saying, so methodical in chronologically laying out the premeditated plan. How many times did you hear that word premeditated in the opening? I mean, as I was listening to Liz Cheney, I thought she is eviscerating any criminal defense that Donald Trump could possibly have. They chronologically laid out from prior to the election how they were planning on claiming victory on election night, regardless of the actual results and prior to the results coming in. You saw those emails with a memo that was drafted that was shared with Donald Trump. Everything is so methodical. There's always confirmation that these are not just outside schemers, but that there is actual consent and information and feedback given and received from Donald Trump throughout this process. So they worked very methodically from prior to the election, planning that the election, they would claim the election was won by Donald Trump before they knew it, and if he did not win, and then just following through on this scheme up until January 6th. So I agree with Gabe. I think this is extremely methodical, extremely effective in doing a lot of the work that the DOJ has ahead of them in just eviscerating any possible defense that Donald Trump would have, establishing mens rea. And I also am very excited to see what's about to come in this next segment.
So, Texas Paul, back to you. What do you think? What do you think about the possibility of Donald Trump being subpoenaed and they're voting on it today. What do you make of that news as we hear that?
I think they got that wrong. I really do. I mean, it'd be great theater and everything, but inside baseball is Merrick Garland and Benny Thompson are butting heads. I mean, they are just banging because Merrick Garland has been screaming at them, finish this and give me everything you have, because they're not handing over everything that they're working on. I mean, the committee is holding on to testimony and not providing it to the DOJ until they wrap this up. And I think they actually mentioned something earlier today that this will be the end of this committee and they will vote on action. I don't see them subpoenaing Donald Trump at all. I think that's one of those corporate news outlets trying to garner some attention. But I think right now we're about to see the final summation, their closing argument, and then they're going to vote to refer this to the DOJ and drop everything in Merrick Garland's lap. And Merrick Garland, we all know he's got a 100% conviction rate. I mean, the man never misses. He never misses. But yeah, that's what's been going on behind the scenes. Benny Thompson actually got pretty testy in one interview. They asked him, are you the DOJ is asking for information, and he turned around and he told the reporter and said, when we're done with our work is when they'll get their information, and that's it. I don't want to hear about this anymore.
Yeah, the beauty though is that they don't have to share this information. It's for the whole world to see. So the DOJ and we watch, we witnessed this over the summer, watching the DOJ pick up on threads from the January 6th hearings. One thing after another, as the January 6th hearing committee were laying these crumbs, you would see some new subpoena or new action by the DOJ. So it's unfortunate that they're butting heads, but I think the thing that is inevitable is that they are laying it out for the public, and the DOJ is included in that public and can take that information.
And one thing, Gabe, is that there is a difference here between this political committee, because it is a political committee. It's built inside our Congress. It is a select committee. It is politicians that are doing it. Now, as the select committee pointed out today, this is not Democrats testifying. Almost every single person who has testified and gave evidence is a Republican. This is not some kind of Democratic thing that's happening. It is Republicans that are giving this evidence. But when Merrick Garland does get his evidence, regardless of where it comes from, whether it's from their subpoenas or it is from the sharing of January 6th. And I think that's why Benny Thompson, maybe that's why he's a little frustrated. He's like, hey, you guys got more subpoena power than we do. So you'll get our information when we're done, and you can continue your criminal investigation, because it seems to be that the select committee is very sure that there is a whole slew of crimes that were committed here, not just people going to the Capitol, committing violence and stealing stuff, committing property damage, trespassing. This is a lot more than that, especially with this state elector scheme. Gabe?
No, I was going to say, I mean, the other thing too is, Jessica brings up a good point, is this is out in the public, right? This is in the public domain. This is very much a court of public opinion, because without this, the American people probably wouldn't know. I mean, we know through personal conversations, things we read online, that there's a lot of people that didn't know really what happened on January 6th, or it's not even a thing that's like top of mind for them, which is a very big deal, considering when you have a certain group of people trying to overthrow a government because they didn't like the outcome of a fair and just election. And it's just because one big ketchup throwing, plate smashing kind of guy has a tantrum and he doesn't get the outcome he wants, then he says, no, then nobody gets this. I'm the one that gets to stay in power. We have a redo the election, or I'm reinstated, or whatever kind of bullshit ultimatum he makes for the kind of the position that he's in, right? And the other thing here too is, like, the committee itself is aggregating, it is categorizing, it is cross-referencing, it is doing everything for the DOJ. So the DOJ coming forward with all these people that they're going after, a lot of that stuff that the people that they've already gone after has been the information that has been received from the select committee. And so when Benny Thompson and the committee hands over everything, just know that they've got, matrices that are cross-referencing different people at different times, different communications, video, audio, everything has been done for them. Because we already know Mayor Garland and the rest of the DOJ are watching this in real time. They've said that. They're following along. So they're, I'm sure, are taking notes in terms of like, okay, cool. We got Mark Meadows talking to Jason Miller, or Jason Miller texting Mark Meadows about how he's inciting the base and riling them up. Like some of the stuff that we're hearing. Not only that, but I think the thing that was most shocking to me early on was hearing how Donald Trump knew that he lost. So he signed an immediate withdrawal from Somalia and Afghanistan as like we're going to own the libs and hand off this failure over to Biden. And so that is a clear sign that a guy has given up, doesn't want to deal with it. He's like, not my problem. It's for the next guy, meeting Biden, as they said. And not only that, I just want to bring up the day that he signed that was November 11th, 2020. That is Veterans Day. That is the ultimate middle finger to a group of people that the Republican Party says, oh, we greatly admire the service and the things that you do to protect us. But in that same breath, we'll give them a middle finger to say, you guys can go F yourselves, and we don't really care about you. So even that, like, not only was that a disgusting, vile move by Trump, but also shows you that the guy knew it was over, and he was trying to push the stuff off of his slate onto the next person to show that he was done.
Ben Meiselas, it seems like you have some friends there with you. What did you make of the? It struck me that Ronna McDaniel took a phone call where Donald Trump, they were going to practice the coup attempt with the state electors. What do you make of that piece of that nugget that came out of nowhere almost?
Well, they're going right here now to the criminal prosecution component of it, right? Like, this is almost certainly going to be the last January 6th committee hearing before the midterms. And they are making a case not just to the general public right now, but they're making a case to the DOJ. And even though they don't have the power as the January 6th committee to prosecute, they're saying here is the criminal intent element. And Gabe, to your point, it's not just passing along the buck to the next administration. It was actually sabotaging the next administration by trying to harm, and let's just be clear, trying to kill our troops and put our veterans in harm's way as a way, as you said, to own the libs or to own Biden, but to actually sabotage it rather than come with a clear plan of transitioning the troops out. An immediate emergency withdrawal that would become Biden's problem and would be an FU to the military as well and to the command structure there. So a lot of insightful things, but obviously the message here is one of criminal intent. That is what that's the message they're sending. And then we're also learning that at the end of it today, we should be having because it's a special session of the committee, it's a little bit of a different technical assembly of the session. They have the referral power based on how they're currently constituted. And we're learning they're going to refer a subpoena that be sent to Donald Trump and command Donald Trump appear before the committee as kind of the last act and kind of a put up or shut up Donald Trump. You want to come here and chat, we're going to subpoena you. And so I think that's what we're going to see this also build up to as well towards the end.
Well, I can't wait. And again, we're still waiting. We're still on break here, as everyone can see. Our screen is just showing the slide there. I want to go back to Texas Paul for a second. Texas Paul, you had something you wanted to say.
Yeah, and remember the first day when you asked me what I thought Liz Cheney was going to do?
Yeah.
And I told you that she's going to burn their house down and go in at night and piss on the ashes. That is what she's doing. FBI investigators, this whole butting heads with the DOJ.
I have to cut you off. We're going back to the hearing. I apologize, but we're going back to the hearing. Everyone, stick around. We're going to continue the coverage here as they reconvene.
The crowd was angry. He knew that they were armed and dangerous, and he knew that they were going to the Capitol. It's important to understand the lengths the president was willing to go to to physically be at the Capitol because it was part of his strategy to disrupt Congress and to stay in power. As the time for the Ellipse rally approached, an email was circulated among intelligence officials, including Secret Service intelligence official, attaching communications among rallygoers that specifically contemplated violence. Trump has given us marching orders. One post on the Donald.win wrote, basically, if you're east of the Mississippi, you can and should be there. Advance on the Capitol. Keep your guns hidden. Don't fuck around. Full kits, 180 rounds minimum for main rifle, another 50 for sidearm per person. What is clear from this record is that the White House had more than enough warning to warrant stopping any plan for an Ellipse rally and certainly for stopping any march to the Capitol. And as evidence from our prior hearings has suggested, the president was aware of this information. But despite awareness of the potential for violence and weapons among the crowd, the Ellipse event nevertheless went forward, and Donald Trump instructed the angry crowd, some of whom were armed, to march to the Capitol. As my colleague Mr. Schiff just described, the Secret Service reported that thousands in the crowd near the Washington Monument would not enter the rally area because magnetometers used in screening attendees would detect any prohibited items they carried. Mr. Trump knew this. His Secret Service had told him about it that morning. Even in spite of these warnings, Cassidy Hutchinson overheard the president say this shortly before he took stage.
He wanted it full, and he was angry that we weren't letting people through the mags with weapons, what the Secret Service deems as weapons and our weapons. I was in the vicinity of a conversation where I overheard the president say something to the effect of, I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the effing mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people in. Take the effing mags away.
And when he went on stage, President Trump himself asked law enforcement to let his supporters in the rally site.
And I'd love to have, if those tens of thousands of people would be allowed, the military, the Secret Service, and we want to thank you, and the police, law enforcement, great, you're doing a great job. But I'd love it if they could be allowed to come up here with us. Is that possible? Can you just let them come up, please?
President Trump then told his supporters to march to the Capitol. Let's pause at this point to consider President Trump's state of mind, his motivation at this moment. By that point, it was known to Secret Service that members of the crowd were armed. President Trump had been told, and there was no doubt that President Trump knew what he was going to do, sending an angry mob, a number of whom were clad in tactical gear and military garb, armed with various weapons, to the Capitol. There's no scenario where that action is benign. And there's no scenario where an American president should have engaged in that conduct. It did not matter whether President Trump believed the election had been stolen or not. This could not be justified on any basis for any reason. You may also recall testimony from our summer hearings regarding Mr. Trump's efforts to lead the mob to the Capitol himself in his angry altercation in the presidential SUV when the Secret Service told him it was far too dangerous for him to go. As we detailed in testimony from the Metropolitan Police and White House personnel during our July 21st hearing, information about the altercation was widely known. So widely known that one former White House employee with national security responsibilities explained that this information was in fact water cooler talk in the White House complex. As that professional told us, they remember hearing in the days after January 6th how angry the president was when he was in a limo that afternoon. That professional also testified that they were specifically informed of the president's irate behavior in the SUV by Mr. Ornato in Mr. Ornato's office. It was Mr. Engel with Mr. Ornato in that office. They'd expressed to me that the president was irate, on the drive up. Mr. Engel did not deny the fact that the president was irate. That, of course, corresponds closely with the testimony you saw this summer from Cassidy Hutchinson, a Metropolitan Police officer who was in the motorcade, and from multiple sources. Additionally, after concluding its review of the voluminous additional Secret Service communications from January 5th and January 6th, the committee will be recalling witnesses and conducting further investigative depositions based on that material. Following that activity, we will provide even greater detail in our final report. And I will also note this. The committee is reviewing testimony regarding potential obstruction on this issue, including testimony about advice given not to tell the committee about this specific topic. We will address this matter in our report. We also want to remind you now of how security professionals working in the White House complex and who reported to national security officials responded when they learned that Mr. Trump intended to lead the mob to the Capitol.
To be completely honest, we were all in a state of shock.
Because why?
Because it's just, one, I think the actual physical feasibility of doing it, and then also we all knew what that implicated and what that meant, that this was no longer a rally, that this was going to move to something else if he physically walked to the Capitol. I don't know if you want to use the word insurrection, coup, whatever. We all knew that this would move from a normal democratic, public event into something else. Why were we alarmed?
Right.
The president wanted to lead tens of thousands of people to the Capitol. I think that was enough grounds for us to be alarmed.
President Trump was still considering traveling to the Capitol even after returning to the White House. He knew well before 2 p.m. that a violent riot was underway at the Capitol. He was aware of the ongoing lawlessness, but his motorcade was held on West Executive Avenue outside the White House because he still wanted to join the crowd. Here's Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press secretary, describing an exchange she had with the president as soon as he arrived back at the White House.
So to the best of my recollection, I recall him being saying that he wanted to physically walk and be a part of the march, and then saying that he would ride the beast if he needed to, ride in the presidential limo.
From the Secret Service, the Select Committee has also obtained important new evidence on this issue. It shows how frantic this hour must have been for the Secret Service, scrambling to get the President of the United States to back down from a dangerous and reckless decision that put people in harm's way. Take a look at the Secret Service email from 1:19 p.m. on January 6th, the minute that President Trump got out of the presidential vehicle back at the White House. As soon as the president left his motorcade, leadership from the Secret Service contacted Bobby Engel, the lead agent for the presidential detail, and warned him that they were, quote, concerned about an OTR, an off-the-record movement to the Capitol. The people sworn to protect the safety of the President of the United States and who routinely put themselves in harm's way were convinced that this was a bad idea. Secret Service documents also reveal how agents were poised to take President Trump to the Capitol later that afternoon. Agents were instructed to don their protective gear and prepare for a movement. A few minutes later, they were told the president would leave for the Capitol in 2 hours. It wasn't until 1:55 p.m. that the president's lead Secret Service agent told them to stand down. We are not doing an OTR to the Capitol. By then, rioters had breached the Capitol and were violently attacking the efforts of the brave men and women in law enforcement trying to resist the mob. President Trump may not have gone to the Capitol on January 6th, but what he did from the White House cannot be justified. While congressional leaders, both Democrats and Republicans, worked with Vice President Pence to try and address the violence, President Trump refused urgent pleas for help from nearly everyone around him. And what he did do only made the situation worse. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The president was still exhorting his supporters at the Ellipse to go fight like hell at 12:50, around the time that the first wave of rioters first breached barricades defending the Capitol. Secret Service documents we recently received give a timeline of precisely what the White House knew and when. At 1:19, the President's Emergency Operations Center sent an email to Secret Service, national security, and military advisors to the President and Vice President, informing them that, quote, hundreds of Trump supporters stormed through metal barricades at the back of the Capitol building about 1 p.m. Wednesday, running past security guards and breaking fences. When the president returned to the White House around 1:20, he entered the Oval Office and was told right then about the onset of violence at the Capitol. From that point until approximately 4 p.m., over the next 2 hours and 40 minutes, the president stayed in the White House dining room attached to the Oval Office and watched this unprecedented assault take place at the Capitol. We have testimony from several members of the president's White House staff establishing that President Trump refused entreaties from his closest advisors and family members to tell his supporters to stand down and leave the Capitol. Here's the testimony of President Trump's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone.
I can't talk about conversations with the president, but I can generically say that I said, you know, people need to be told, there needs to be a public announcement fast that they need to leave the Capitol.
And Pat, could you let us know approximately when you said that?
Approximately when? Almost immediately after I found out people were getting into the Capitol or approaching the Capitol in a way that was violent.
You on the staff did not want people to leave the Capitol.
On the staff?
In the White House.
I can't think of anybody, you know, on that day who didn't want people to get out of the Capitol once the, you know, particularly once the violence started. No. I mean,
what about the president?
Yeah.
Well, she said the staff. So I answered.
No, I said in the White House.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you said who else on the staff. I can't reveal communications, but obviously I think, you know, yeah.
Mr. Cipollone's testimony is corroborated by multiple other White House staff members, including Cassidy Hutchinson. Here's Ms. Hutchinson describing what she heard from Mark Meadows.
He had said something to the effect of, you heard him, Pat. He doesn't want to do anything more. He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong.
A former White House employee with national security duties similarly recalled an exchange between Mr. Cipollone and Eric Hirschman about President Trump's inaction against the mob assault underway at the Capitol. Mr. Hirschman said something to Mr. Cipollone. He seemed to relay that, the president didn't want anything done. Throughout this period, some of the president's most important political allies, family members, and senior staff all begged him to tell his supporters to disperse and go home. They included Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, and other allies at Fox News, his son, Donald Trump Jr., the House Minority Leader, Kevin McCarthy, others in Congress and officials in the cabinet and executive branch. All of them made appeals to Donald Trump, which he rejected and he ignored. The Select Committee interviewed several people who were in the dining room with Donald Trump that afternoon, and every single one of these witnesses told us that he was watching the violent battles rage on television. He did not call his Secretary of Defense or the National Guard, the Chief of the Capitol Police, or the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department.
And to your knowledge, was the president in that private dining room the whole time that the attack on the Capitol was going on? Or did he ever go to, again, only to your knowledge, to the Oval Office, to the White House Situation Room, anywhere else?
That's my recollection. He was always in the dining room.
Yeah, what did they say, Mr. Meadows or the president, at all, during that brief encounter that you were in the dining room? What do you recall?
I think everybody was watching the TV.
Do you know whether he was watching TV in the dining room when you talked to him on January 6th?
It's my understanding he was watching television.
When you were in the dining room in these discussions, was the violence at the Capitol visible on the screen on the television?
Yes.
The president watched the bloody attack unfold on Fox News from his dining room. Members of Congress and other government officials stepped into the gigantic leadership void created by the president's chilling and studied passivity that day. What you're about to see is previously unseen footage of congressional leaders, both Republicans and Democrats, as they were taken to a secure location during the riot. You'll see how everyone involved was working actively to stop the violence, to get federal law enforcement deployed to the scene, to put down the violence and secure the Capitol complex. Not just Democrats like Speaker Nancy Pelosi and House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, but Republicans like Vice President Pence, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, Majority Whip John Thune, and countless other appointees across the administration. All of them did what President Trump was not doing, what he simply refused to do. Take a listen.
We're starting to get surrounded. They're taking the north front scaffolding. Unless we get more munitions, we're not going to be able to hold.
The door has been breached and people are gaining access into the Capitol.
Yeah, but you know what? We have got to finish the proceedings, or else it will have a complete victory.
Senator Schumer is at a secure location, and they're locked down in the Senate.
There has to be some way we can maintain the sense that people have that there's some security or some confidence that government can function and that we can elect the president of the United States. Did we go back into session?
We did go back into session, but now apparently everybody on the floor is putting on tear gas masks to prepare for a breach. Well, I'm trying to get more information.
They're putting on their
tear gas masks.
We need an area for the House members. They're all walking over now through the tunnels.
I'm going to call up the effing Secretary of DOD. We have some senators who are still in their hideaways. They need massive personnel now. Can you get the Maryland National Guard to come too?
I have something to say, Mr. Secretary. Well, I'm going to call the mayor of Washington, D.C. right now and see what other outreach he has to other police departments, as Senator Leader Hoyer has mentioned. Hi, Governor. This is Nancy. Governor, I don't know if you have been approached about the Virginia National Guard. Mr. Hoyer was speaking to Governor Hogan, but I still think you probably need the okay of the federal government in order to come into another jurisdiction. Thank you. Oh my gosh. They're just breaking windows. They're doing all kinds of, it's really that they said somebody was shot. It's just horrendous, and all at the instigation of the President of the United States. Okay, thank you, Governor. I appreciate what you're doing, and if you don't mind, I'd like to stay in touch. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Virginia Guard has been called in.
You know, I'm just talking to Governor Northam, and what he said is they sent 200 state police and a unit of the National Guard. They're breaking windows and going in, obviously ransacking our offices and all the rest of that. That's nothing. The concern we have about personal harm, personal safety is, it just transcends everything. But the fact is, on any given day, they're breaking the law in many different ways. And quite frankly, much of it at the instigation of the President of the United States. And now, if he could at least somebody.
Yeah, why don't you get the president to tell them to leave the Capitol, Mr. Attorney General, in your law enforcement responsibility? A public statement, they should all leave.
USA! 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 USA!
This cannot be just we're waiting for so-and-so. We need them there now, whoever you got.
You have,
Okay.
you also have troops, this is Steny Hoyer, troops,
Okay, so we have a little
Fort
bit of time
McNair,
to make that decision.
Andrews Air Force Base,
All right,
other military bases.
thank you.
We
Thanks,
need
Paul. Bye.
active duty National Guard.
How soon in the future can you have the place evacuated, pulled, cleaned out?
I don't want to speak for the leadership that's going to be responsible for executing the operation, so I'm not going to say that because they're on the ground and they're the
Just pretend for a moment it was the Pentagon or the White House or some other entity that was under siege. And let me say, you can logistically get people there as you make the plan. We're trying to figure out how we can get this job done today. We talked to Mitch about it earlier. He's not in the room right now, but he was with us earlier and said, we want to expedite this, and hopefully they could confine it to just one complaint, Arizona, and then we could vote, and that would be, then just move forward with the rest of the state. The overriding wish is to do it at the Capitol. What we are being told very directly is it's going to take days for the Capitol to be okay again. We've gotten a very bad report about the condition of the House floor with defecation and all that kind of thing as well. I don't think that that's hard to clean up, but I do think it is more from a security standpoint of making sure that everybody is out of the building, and how long will that take? I just got off with the Vice President.
I got off with the Vice President-elect. So I'll tell him.
Okay, but what we left the conversation with, because he said he had the impression from Mitch that Mitch wants to get everybody back to do it there.
Yes.
I said, well, we're getting a counterpoint that is, we could take time to clean up the poo-poo that they're making all over the, literally and figuratively in the Capitol, and that it may take days to get back.
I'm at the Capitol building. I'm literally standing with the chief of police of the U.S. Capitol Police. He just informed me what you will hear through official channels. Paul Irving, your sergeant at arms, will inform you that their best information is that they believe that the House and the Senate will be able to reconvene in roughly an hour.
Good news.
Sergeant Arms will be in touch about the process for getting members back into the building.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Good news.
In this video, you just saw Senator Chuck Schumer urging Acting Attorney General Jeff Rosen to get President Trump to call off the rioters. Of course, Acting AG Rosen did take action to defend the government, as did many other officials, but congressional leadership recognized on a bipartisan basis that President Trump was the only person who could get the mob to end its violent siege of the Congress, leave the Capitol, and go home. Here's Senator McConnell speaking after January 6th about how President Trump abandoned his duties and failed to do his job.
It was obvious that only President Trump could end this. He was the only one who could. Former aides publicly begged him to do so. Loyal allies frantically called the administration. The president did not act swiftly. He did not do his job. He didn't take steps so federal law could be faithfully executed and order restored. No.
In the midst of this violent chaos, Kevin McCarthy implored Donald Trump to tell his supporters in the mob to leave the Capitol. And when that didn't work, McCarthy called Trump's adult children to try to get them to intercede with Trump to call off the insurrectionary violence. In our prior hearings, we showed you a description of what McCarthy told Republican Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler about his conversation with Trump during the violence. Another witness, Mick Mulvaney, President Trump's former chief of staff, has also come forward and corroborated her shocking account.
You know, I asked Kevin McCarthy, who's the Republican leader, about this, and he said he called Donald. He finally got through to Donald Trump, and he said, "You have got to get on TV. You've got to get on Twitter. You've got to call these people off." You know what the president said to him? This is as it's happening. He said, "Well, Kevin, these aren't my people. You know, these are Antifa." And Kevin responded and said, "No, they're your people. They literally just came through my office windows, and my staff are running for cover. I mean, they're running for their lives. You need to call them off." And the president's response to Kevin, to me, was chilling. He said, "Well, Kevin, I guess they're just more upset about the election, theft than you are." And that's, you've seen widespread reports of Kevin McCarthy and the president having basically a swearing conversation. That's when the swearing commenced, because the president was basically saying, "Nah, I'm okay with this."
I had a conversation at some point in the day or week after the riot with Kevin McCarthy. Yeah, it was very similar to what Jamie had, the conversation she had retold about how he called and asked the president to get them to stop, and the president told him something along the lines of, "Kevin, maybe these people are just more angry about this than you are, maybe more upset." I had the conversation similar to that with Kevin in the day to week after the riot.
And we know how Kevin McCarthy described President Trump's conduct, both in public and in private.
The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters. He should have immediately denounced the mob when he saw what was unfolding. These facts require immediate action by President Trump. Accept his share of responsibility, quell the brewing unrest, and ensure President-elect Biden is able to successfully begin his term. But let me be very clear to all of you, and I've been very clear to the president. He bears responsibilities for his words and actions. No ifs, ands, or buts. I asked him personally today, does he hold responsibility for what happened? Does he feel bad about what happened? He told me he does have some responsibility for what happened. And he needs to acknowledge that.
2:24 p.m., knowing the deadly riot was now bearing down on his own vice president, President Trump composed and sent a tweet attacking Vice President Pence, accusing him of cowardice for not unilaterally rejecting Electoral College votes for Joe Biden and simply handing Trump the presidency. The impact of that tweet was foreseeable and predictable. It further inflamed the mob, which was chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," and provoked them to even greater violence. This deliberate decision to further enrage the mob against Vice President Pence cannot be justified by anything that President Trump might have thought about the election. The tweet came precisely at the time Pence's Secret Service detail was most seriously concerned for the vice president's physical safety. We've obtained new documents from the Secret Service, real-time chats that underscore the threat they knew the vice president would be facing because of the president's escalating incitement of the mob. After Trump's tweet, one agent in the Secret Service's intelligence division immediately warned, POTUS just tweeted about Pence, probably not going to be good for Pence. Another agent reported the dramatic impact of Trump's anti-Pence tweet on his followers. POTUS said he lacked courage, over 24,000 likes in under 2 minutes. Employees at Twitter were nervously monitoring the situation. They knew that certain Twitter users were rioting at the Capitol and tweeting about it at the same time. As the afternoon progressed, the company detected a surge in violent hashtags on the platform, including lines of lethal incitement like "execute Mike Pence." Listen to this former Twitter employee, Anika Navaroli, who first came to the committee anonymously, but has now bravely agreed to be named because she wants to speak out about the magnitude of the threats facing our people.
And you were also seeing content on the platform at that time that was threatening towards the vice president. Hashtag execute Mike Pence.
They were literally calling for his execution.
As this tweet was going out.
Yes. And in response to this tweet too, because I think as many of Donald Trump's tweets did, it again fanned the flames. And it was individuals who were already constructing gallows, who were already willing and able and wanting to execute someone and looking for someone to be killed. Now the individual who has called upon them to begin this coup is now pointing the finger at another individual while they're ready to do this.
Here's a small sample of the reactions that President Trump's "Fan the Flames" tweet provoked among Capitol rioters in real time.
What percentage of the crowd is going to the Capitol?
100%. It is spread like wildfire that Pence has betrayed us and everybody's marching on the Capitol, all million of us. It's insane.
Not stick up for Donald Trump. Mike Pence traitor. Mike Pence has screwed us. In case you haven't heard yet. What happened? What happened? I keep hearing that Mike Pence has screwed us. That's the word. I keep hearing reports that Mike Pence has screwed us.
Between 2:30 and 2:35, within 10 minutes of President Trump's tweet, thousands of rioters overran the line that the Metropolitan Police Force's Civil Disturbance Unit was holding on the west side of the Capitol. This was the first time in the history of the Metropolitan Police Department that a security line like that had ever been broken. President Trump's conduct that day was so shameful and so outrageous that it prompted numerous members of the White House staff and other Trump appointees to resign. In prior hearings, you've heard Deputy National Security Advisor Matt Pottinger and Deputy White House Press Secretary Sarah Matthews explain why they felt compelled to resign on that day. Since then, we've spoken to more high-ranking officials, like President Trump's envoy to Northern Ireland and former Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, and Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao, who resigned after the 6th in protest of Trump's misconduct and to dissociate themselves from his role in the violence. Take a listen to what they had to say.
I was stunned by violence and was stunned by the president's apparent indifference to the violence. Now is the time for the president to be presidential. I thought he failed at doing it. I thought he failed at a critical time to be the sort of leader that the nation needed.
I think the events at the Capitol, however they occurred, were shocking. And it was something that, as I mentioned in my statement, that I could not put aside. And at a particular point, the events were such that it was impossible for me to continue, given my personal values and my philosophy. I came as an immigrant to this country. I believe in this country. I believe in a peaceful transfer of power. I believe in democracy. And so it was a decision that I made on my own.
When security assistance began to arrive at the Capitol and the tide turned against the insurrection, President Trump finally gave his painfully belated instruction at 4:17 p.m. So after multiple hours of rioting and more than 100 serious injuries suffered by our law enforcement officers, the crowd finally began to disperse. Listen carefully to what they said as they decided to leave the Capitol.
Here delivering the president's message. Donald Trump has asked everybody to go home. That's all we're going to do. Says go home. He says go home.
Yeah, he said to go home.
Finally, at 6:01, President Trump tweeted again, not to condemn the mass violence in any way, but rather to excuse and glorify it. Significantly, he made it clear that he considered the violence perfectly foreseeable and predictable. Check it out. These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously, viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly, unfairly treated for so long. These are the things that happen, he said, giving the whole game away. Trump was telling us that the vice president, the Congress, and all the injured and wounded cops, some of whom are with us today, got what was coming to us. According to Trump, January 6th should not be a day that lives in shame and infamy in our history, but rather in glory. Remember this day forever, he wrote proudly, as if he were talking about D-Day or the Battle of Yorktown. Trump did nothing to stop the deadly violence for obvious reasons. He thought it was all justified, he incited it, and he supported it.
Would it have been possible at any moment for the president to walk down to the podium in the briefing room and talk to the nation at any time between when you first gave him the advice at 2 o'clock and 4:17 when the video statement? Would that have been possible?
Would it have been possible?
Yes.
Yes, would have been possible.
If the president had wanted to make a statement and address the American people, he could have been on camera almost instantly. And conversely, the White House press corps has offices that are located directly behind the briefing room. And so if he had wanted to make an address from the Oval Office, we could have assembled the White House press corps probably in a matter of minutes to get them into the Oval for him to do an on-camera address.
Mr. Chairman, nothing in law or fact could justify the president's failure to act.
And I assume you also would agree the president has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
That is one of the president's obligations, correct?
Mr. Chairman, in numerous places, our Constitution strongly opposes insurrection and rebellion. Article 1 gives Congress the power to call forth the militia to suppress insurrections. Section 3 of the 14th Amendment disqualified from holding federal and state office anyone who has sworn an oath to defend the Constitution but betrays it by engaging in insurrection or rebellion. It was President Lincoln at the start of the Civil War in 1861 who best explained why democracy rejects insurrection. Insurrection, he said, is a war upon the first principle of popular government, the rights of the people. American democracy belongs to all the American people, not to a single man. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. During this committee's first hearing in July of last year, our witnesses were 4 police officers who helped repel the riots of January 6th. We asked them what they hoped to see the committee accomplish over the course of our investigation. Officer Gunnell wanted to know why the rioters were made to believe that the election process was rigged. Officer Fanone asked us to look into the actions and activities that resulted in the day's events. Officer Hodges was concerned about whether anyone in power had a role. Officer Dunn put it simply, get to the bottom of what happened. We've worked for more than a year to get those answers. We've conducted more than 1,000 interviews and depositions. We received and reviewed hundreds of thousands of pages of documents. Thanks to the tireless work of our members and investigators, we have left no doubt, none, that Donald Trump led an effort to upend American democracy that directly resulted in the violence of January 6th. He tried to take away the voice of the American people in choosing their president and replace the will of the voters with his will to remain in power. He is the one person at the center of the story of what happened on January 6th. So we want to hear from him. The committee needs to do everything in our power to tell the most complete story possible and provide recommendations to help ensure nothing like January 6th ever happens again. We need to be fair and thorough and gain a full context for the evidence we've obtained. But the need for this committee to hear from Donald Trump goes beyond our fact-finding. This is a question about accountability to the American people. He must be accountable. He is required to answer for his actions. He's required to answer to those police officers who put their lives and bodies on the line to defend our democracy. He's required to answer to those millions of Americans whose votes he wanted to throw out as part of his scheme to remain in power. And whatever is underway to ensure this accountability under law, this committee will demand a full accounting to every American person of the events of January 6th. So it is our obligation to seek Donald Trump's testimony. There's precedent in American history for Congress to compel the testimony of a president. There's also precedent for presidents to provide testimony and documentary evidence to congressional investigators. We also recognize that a subpoena to a former president is a serious and extraordinary action. That's why we want to take this step in full view of the American people, especially because the subject matter at issue is so important to the American people and the stakes are so high for our future and our democracy. And so I recognize the Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, to offer a motion.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to today's notice, I send to the desk a committee resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Committee Resolution 1, resolved that the chairman be and is hereby directed to subpoena Donald J. Trump for documents and testimony in connection with the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol pursuant to Section 5C4 of House Resolution 503 and Clause 2M of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized on her resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, our committee now has sufficient information to answer many of the critical questions posed by Congress at the outset. We have sufficient information to consider criminal referrals for multiple individuals and to recommend a range of legislative proposals to guard against another January 6th. But a key task remains. We must seek the testimony under oath of January 6th central player. More than 30 witnesses in our investigation have invoked their Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, and several of those did so specifically in response to questions about their dealings with Donald Trump directly. Here are a few examples. This is Roger Stone with Oath Keepers at the Willard Hotel on the morning of January 6th. And here is Mr. Stone testifying before our committee. Did you speak to President Trump on his private cell phone on either January 5th or January 6th?
Once again, on advice of counsel, I will assert my Fifth Amendment right to respectfully decline to answer your question.
This is General Michael Flynn walking with Oath Keepers on December 12th, 2020. And here is General Flynn's testimony before our committee.
Did you, General Flynn, talk to President Trump at any point on January 6, 2021?
The 5th.
Here is John Eastman fraudulently instructing tens of thousands of angry protesters that the vice president could change the election outcome on January 6th. Later on this same day, Dr. Eastman acknowledged in writing that Donald Trump knew what he was attempting was illegal. Here is John Eastman testifying before our committee.
Did President Trump authorize you to discuss publicly your January 4th, 2021 conversation with him?
Fifth.
So is it your position that you can discuss in the media direct conversations you had with the President of the United States, but you will not discuss those same conversations with this committee?
Fifth.
Here is Jeff Clark, who conspired with Donald Trump to corrupt the Department of Justice. President Trump wanted to appoint Jeff Clark as acting Attorney General. And as you can see in this call log we obtained from the National Archives, he did so. And here is Mr. Clark testifying before our committee.
Mr. Clark, when did you first talk directly with President Trump?
Fifth.
Mr. Clark, did you discuss with President Trump allegations of fraud in the 2020 election?
Fifth.
Other witnesses have also gone to enormous lengths to avoid testifying about their dealings with Donald Trump. Steve Bannon has been tried and convicted by a jury of his peers for contempt of Congress. He is scheduled to be sentenced for this crime later this month. Criminal proceedings regarding Peter Navarro continue. And Mark Meadows, Donald Trump's former chief of staff, has refused to testify based upon executive privilege. The committee's litigation with him continues. Mr. Chairman, at some point, the Department of Justice may well unearth the facts that these and other witnesses are currently concealing. But our duty today is to our country and our children and our Constitution. We are obligated to seek answers directly from the man who set this all in motion. And every American is entitled to those answers, so we can act now to protect our republic. So this afternoon, I am offering this resolution that the committee direct the chairman to issue a subpoena for relevant documents and testimony under oath from Donald John Trump in connection with the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. If there's no further debate, the question is on agreeing to the resolution. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed is no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Cheney.
Aye.
Ms. Cheney, aye. Ms. Lofgren.
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren, aye. Mr. Schiff.
Aye.
Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Aguilar.
Aye.
Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mrs. Murphy.
Aye.
Mrs. Murphy, aye. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin, aye. Mrs. Luria.
Aye.
Mrs. Luria, aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger, aye.
Mr. Kinzinger, aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 9 ayes and 0 noes.
The resolution is agreed to. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair requests that those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
So there you have it. It came to a very close there with a vote to subpoena Donald Trump. I don't know if you've heard of a Cheney drone strike, but it seems as if they used Liz Cheney in a way that would send the biggest signal. As they were closing up, I was checking Donald Trump's social media platform. You know it as I call it here, Fraud Social, on my show. But he's been silent. He was silent for about 18 hours. He was not posting anything. And as he was being subpoenaed by the January 6th select hearing, Donald Trump was tweeting or posting, on Truth Social about J.D. Vance. So it appears that he is not taking it seriously. Now, we had some commentary at the break about this subpoena from Midas Mighty Favorite Texas Paul, and he was messaging me in the chat when they were subpoenaing him. I think he was just laughing out loud. I'm not sure whether it was at himself or at the situation, but I informed him that Liz Cheney was going to come get him. So let's bring in Texas Paul for a minute to answer for his commentary. Texas Paul, you're on mute, but go ahead, sir, if you can unmute and tell us what you make of the subpoena.
I was wrong. I didn't think they were going to go to this step. I was wrong. And I laughed so freaking hard when Benny Thompson said, and the co-chair, I was like, oh my God, that is perfect. That is perfect. I mean, she just went, I mean, it was great. It was great. I mean, I had tears in my eyes. I was laughing so hard because, I don't give a damn how Trump is trying to pretend like, oh, I'm going to talk about J.D. Vance. He is dying inside. He is just dying inside. I loved it. I loved it. I did. I literally laughed. I had to wipe tears away. I was laughing so hard.
I was watching you. I was watching you in the green room as your reaction to what was happening at the hearing where they were voting. And I just to let the audience know, as we're coming to a close here on the hearing, I am going to be watching in the background because sometimes we have Jamie Raskin or we might have Adam Schiff or some other select committee members who might speak. So I'll be watching that. So if I cut in, it is because someone is speaking. Gabe Sanchez, Texas Paul is apologizing for his misstep there. But what do you make of not just that they're subpoenaing Donald Trump, because we heard that was the news, even though Paul didn't exactly believe it. But here's what I'll tell you. The video about Nancy Pelosi, it absolutely destroys the narrative of that she was doing nothing and that it's all her fault, when it is obvious now that her, Mitch McConnell, other senators, other members of Congress were doing all that they could do to try to get Donald Trump to call this off and try to get them to leave. And the actual TikTok of it all to the end where he did tweet and his supporters were like, oh, well, he said go home. It is almost like he's a cult leader and they were listening and hanging on his every word as if they were orders. And it seems that way. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. This was the only moment of, obviously we heard from people like Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy, and we saw those videos of them when they were doing the impeachment. They gave their testimony to say this was completely his fault. He is responsible. Obviously that was after the fact in which they voted not to impeach him. How convenient. But it is something to say, like you saw the TikTok of those events that happened, right? They're calling the governor, they're calling these people, they're calling the mayor, they're trying to get as many resources as they can in order to get the actual backup that they need to help kind of facilitate this complete mess, this shit show that was happening. Nancy Pelosi called it cleaning up the literal and figurative poo-poo, that was going on, because we know they were smearing shit on the walls, because that's the type of cult that Trump has. And to see that TikTok happen, like I thought this was an amazing play by them to show them, to say, like, look, bipartisan was actually, there was actually a bipartisan attempt here by both people like Mitch McConnell, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi. They were all working together to try to fix this situation and clean up this mess that Trump had facilitated, that he had instigated his followers to show up to the Capitol and break in. So I think that people should be clipping this, sharing this, spreading this as much as possible, because it completely debunks this narrative that Republicans have of like, oh, well, Trump requested armed resources to show up at the Capitol, but Nancy Pelosi said no. It's actually, we knew it was false completely, but also this shows you definitive proof that Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Mitch McConnell, all these other people were working together to help clean up what Trump had created.
Well, Gabe, I'm watching here to see if there's anyone else in the wings that's going to speak here. But while we wait, I have someone with us, Lee McGowan, politics girl. I'm going to go to her first, and then I also have Dr. Rachel Bidikofer in the wings here, and we also have a few other commentary for our panel. Again, everyone, if I cut out to someone speaking, it's because I'm paying attention to the microphones that are outside the committee rooms. But let's go to Lee McGowan. Lee McGowan, a Politics Girl podcast. How are you, Lee?
Oh, I'm terrible, Tony. That was so depressing. I mean, honestly, I felt legitimately weepy multiple times during this. I can't believe that this happened, and I can't believe it is still carrying on. You know what I mean? You see it laid out like that, and how it was all pre-planned, how it was all even prior to the election. But then on top of that, just seeing all the people that knew that Donald Trump was lying because they themselves had told him that he hadn't won, that his lawsuits were failures, that there was nothing about Dominion that made any sense. And yet those people still allowed him to go on television and keep saying that it was a stolen election, keep saying it was a lie, keep saying everything that he said, which not only led to the 6th, but has carried on for the last 2 years. We have legitimate people running for office today that are saying the election was stolen. We have people running for Secretary of State to certify the votes that say that Donald Trump was telling the truth. We have people running for AGs that say that the big lie is real. And I can't believe the amount of people that not only knew Trump was blatantly lying, but have allowed that lie to continue to get air for the past 2 years, even after the tragedy of 1/6. It's just nauseating to me.
I can't agree with you more that it is nauseating to watch what happened to our democracy and how the January 6th Select Committee has laid out the TikTok so well for the American people to see, hey, your democracy is at risk. It's not something that you should take for granted. It is something that you have to work for because there are people who want to destroy it for whatever reason. But in this case, the reason was that Donald Trump, the president at the time, wanted to remain in power. What do you make of the committee requesting a subpoena and doing their referrals at the end?
Well, I think the committee is doing exactly what they're supposed to do. I mean, I think we have forgotten how government is supposed to work. I think we've forgotten what government looks like. The committee is functioning the way our government was set up to function. They are cooperating. They are coordinating. They are doing their due diligence, even watching them at the very end there, going through the formality of taking a formal vote, the formal recording of the votes. It's not just the ayes have it. Liz Cheney said, I need to have a formal vote. And they went through each person and they did it in the very specific old school formal way that you're supposed to run government. We have forgotten that government isn't just a bunch of people who get 5-minute news clips on Fox News and don't actually do their job, but just try to get sound bites on TV or burns in or just try to get themselves heard or try and up their own personality. This is how government's supposed to work. We did the work. We went through hundreds of thousands of documents. We had, even when you see the pictures of the witnesses being spoken to, whether it's from Liz Cheney from her home or the lawyers that were in the room, you see them. They've got all this paper laid out in front of them. They've taken meticulous notes. They are talking to the witnesses and they're trying to unfold an entire story. That is how law and order is supposed to work. That is what it's supposed to look like. It's not all fireballs and lies. It is formal, responsible work in order. So yes, it might seem dramatic to ask for Donald Trump to be subpoenaed by this committee, but it's not. This is exactly the next step. This is who you would have to. If you're going to be, as they said, fair and thorough and give a full context of what happened, they need to hear directly from Donald Trump. So they are doing the subpoena in front of the American people so they can see it's not behind closed doors. It's not a bunch of Democrats making a plan. They're doing it formally so that the American people can see that this is the way it has to go, and this is the next person they need to talk to. And they also said, they're going to recommend a number of criminal referrals, which they didn't have to do and they don't need to do. And the DOJ doesn't even need to take up. And then they're going to make a bunch of recommendations to Congress for new legislation so this can't happen again.
Well, I think at a bare minimum, government should be good at doing that, stopping coup attempt on the government that it's trying to protect. You would think that would be a pretty low bar here.
Well, it's never happened before. I mean,
Right.
none of this has ever happened before.
I've been trying to monitor the channel that is on, I call it Fraud Social. They refer to it as Truth Social, Donald Trump's social media account, to see if there is any kind of reaction. And he can't help but just repost things. He's not giving any reaction to this. He was almost 18 hours silent. It's very telling today, where we have the meeting that we watched, the hearing that we watched, and then across the street there is a trial going on, a criminal trial for seditious conspiracy of the Oath Keepers with the leader Stuart Rhodes, and some of these messages back and forth from the Secret Service. The Secret Service, now we know, because of today's hearing, knew in advance that the Oath Keepers had a QRF, which is the stash of weapons that they stored across the Potomac. Secret Service did know about that. Do you think that is why they didn't really want to postpone this? Because these two things are intersecting, the criminal trial and this public political hearing. What's your take on that?
Do you mean that they didn't want to postpone this hearing?
Well, they postponed it because of Ian. And I believe that they really didn't want to do that, but they had to, because of they needed all hands on deck for the response to the hurricane. But what do you make of this crossroad where the criminal trial meets the public American political trial, as it were, in the January 6th select hearing?
Well, I mean, listen, unfortunately, the two things intersect more than we want them to, right? We're seeing the people we just watched the hearing, and the people that all took the fifth were also all surrounded by Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, right? You got Roger Stone taking the fifth, surrounded by Proud Boys and Oath Keepers. You got General Michael Flynn taking the fifth, surrounded by Proud Boys and Oath Keepers. The Proud Boys and Oath Keepers were there from day one. They are a huge part of this story, Oath Keepers were standing by if POTUS needed assistance after, if he was going to invoke the Insurrection Act. These guys are all connected. Whether the case is going on across the street or not is irrelevant. Justice, we're not putting together a TV show here. It happens to be on TV, but this is law and order. It happens. Things don't happen the way we want them to happen. They don't happen in time. The January 6th committee, I'm sure they wanted to do it to be efficient. But they also have to tie this all up by a certain point, because they're going to lose two of their members come January, right? So Liz Cheney has been defeated and Adam Kinzinger is stepping down. So they have to finish this all up before those two people are no longer in Congress. So there is a time limit on this. And if I were them, I would want to do it before the election. The January 6th committee doesn't fall into the same jurisdiction as the DOJ in that they can't talk about certain things at a certain time before the election. They're just doing a congressional hearing. So a congressional hearing can happen at any time. And the fact that it just happens to coincide with the Oath Keepers across the street, it's not
just the way the cookie crumbles, right?
Just the way the cookie crumbles. I mean, they're all connected. But I don't think they deliberately did it to coincide with that.
No, I wasn't saying. The actual imagery of it, to me.
Yeah, it's gross. It's all gross. I mean, listen, picture the imagery of justice itself. It's a scale, right? It's supposed to be a scale that's balanced for justice. The imagery of having these corrupt men on one side of the street who also happen to be white supremacists, and then what's happening with the hearings, and knowing how much they are weighted equally, those two things, those groups of people are on both sides. It's repulsive, and our country should be repulsed. There's no one that should be watching this today and not thinking, oh my God, we came so close to losing. And if we think this can't happen again, we are kidding ourselves, because all these people learned was how to do it better, how to beat the system. There were just that many people still in place who were willing to uphold the law. And Donald Trump or whoever is in charge won't make that mistake again. And clearly there are an extraordinary amount of people, especially an extraordinary amount of Republican sitting leaders right now who are perfectly willing to turn a blind eye to all of this shenanigans if it gets them back in power. And it's such a disappointment, and it's something we have to fight so hard against.
Well, and I think you put it in one word. It is really gross. So I appreciate. I
I'll
know.
leave
I know
that
it's
with you.
right. I
It's
know that's a
super gross.
small nugget there, but it is. It is. Lee, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you coming after the hearing. It seemed very long, but it came to an abrupt end on a very strange note that the former president of the United States is being subpoenaed by a select committee because he tried to overturn the government. So, Lee, thank you for joining us.
You're very welcome.
Hopefully, we talk to you very soon. Thank you.
Bye.
Everyone, I'm still waiting to see if there's anyone coming to the microphone. It doesn't appear that there is. I want to bring in Brett Meiselas real quick though. Brett, I'm monitoring this here, and I think it's kind of telling that committee members are not going to the microphone. I think it's very telling that they're not speaking out. They made their statement today at the very end, and boy, when I said it was a Cheney drone strike, it was very precise in how they did that operation at the very end with those ending statements and then the vote. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I think, when you're doing these events like the January 6th hearings, I think you have the political component, you have, the actual doing the work of it, but you also have a messaging sort of perspective that you have going on. So I think right now the committee wants to leave people with what they just saw there on the committee. They want to leave people with the subpoena and have that be what's being talked about. I'm sure there are committee members going around right now to some of the news networks and speaking to them about other things, but I think that's the news that they want to leave everybody with. And it was just really, at the end of the day, a hearing that meticulously went through a lot of the things we already knew and really emphasized how this was a premeditated attack, and that the premeditated attack was led by Donald Trump himself. And I think that's just important. And I think that's why the committee kept using the word premeditated over and over and over again. And the bombshell clip of this hearing that everybody will be speaking about for a very long time, I think, is that clip that we saw of Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Senator Chuck Schumer, Mitch McConnell, and others, and how frantically they were on that day of January 6th, talking to DOD, talking to DOJ, speaking with local governors, calling Vice President Pence, doing everything they could on January 6th in order to try to stop the chaos and stop the violence while they were in the midst of all that. And I think it's just such a stunning contrast to some of the clips we've seen of some of these other Republicans who try to act like they're tough guys out there. And notably, I'm thinking of the clip of Josh Hawley, who was seen running away in a panic from everything. And just, I would love to see, a side by side of Hawley running away while you have Nancy Pelosi there kicking ass, doing everything in her power to try to end the chaos, end the violence, end the attacks on the police officers. And I think it just speaks volumes as to what was going on. And it runs so counter as well. It runs so counter to all these fake narratives and all the gaslighting that Republicans have been incessantly saying every single day, every single week, what they've been putting forth at these Trump rallies. I mean, hey, even in the last Trump rally, Marjorie Taylor Greene had the nerve to blame Nancy Pelosi for January 6th. You cannot watch this clip that we saw today of Nancy Pelosi and not just say Marjorie Taylor Greene is a despicable liar and a traitor to this nation. And anybody spreading that kind of gaslighting and propaganda, which is very kind of Russian in the style of propaganda, they pulled a page right from the Putin playbook, accuse others of which you are guilty. It is disgraceful. It is anti-American. And we need to see consequences for these people, for the Marjorie Taylor Greenes of the world. That's why it's important that we all get out and that we have to take action ourselves and vote and make sure that these people denying reality and denying this horrific terrorist attack on our country don't have any power.
I couldn't agree more about getting out the vote because, folks, that's the whole point of this select hearing, is to arm you with the information for you to act, because we will wait for long periods of time for the Department of Justice to do its work. It does take a long time, to do that work and to make those cases and to bring them into court like you're seeing across the street today with the Oath Keepers. And I think it is so important that people understand that, just like Lee said, that is the work of government. That is the work of the committee, is to bring it to you, the American people, let you have the information, and then you get to decide. You get to take action. And that action is to lean into democracy and actually engage in democracy and use your ballot. Brett, speaking of democracy, how do you think that this ends with this subpoena with Donald Trump? Because we know he's going to go kicking, screaming. He's going to be a little man baby about this subpoena. There's no question. It is Donald J. Trump. But do you have any kind of sense of, will he actually sit down? I mean, does this just seem like it could be just theater from the committee, or do you think this is a serious issue where they are going to push this? What do you think of this subpoena?
I'll be honest. I would love to get Ben's expertise on this because, he's the attorney. And so I'm curious to get his thoughts. I certainly think, just the way I see it as a layman, as being a more symbolic maneuver, of great import. And maybe this will have an impact on the way the Department of Justice handles the case, especially in regards to obstruction, depending on how Trump handles this. But we all know how Trump is going to handle this, right? It's going to be the same way. He's going to try to threaten retaliation and lawsuits and delays. And frankly, there's not that much time left for this committee to be running as is. As Lee mentioned, they're automatically losing 2 members. And it's important that if we do want this committee to continue, that we hold the House. And so it's important that everybody gets out and votes. But I think, we will see this process play out in the legal space. I would love to get, Ben's opinion on. I know Ben will be working on a breaking news report right here on the Midas Touch Network that you'll be able to see shortly here on YouTube that will explain exactly, how all that's going to play out. But, Trump today had a very, 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 very horrible day, which means that it was a very good day for justice, despite how just sad and heart-wrenching it is to see that footage and those text messages. Donald Trump had a bad day, so that's a good day for the United States of America. For those who have only been plugged in and tuned in to this hearing, it's important that we tell you some of the other news that came out of the United States Supreme Court. The United States Supreme Court rejected Trump's bid to restore the special master's access to the classified documents seized from Mar-a-Lago, from the documents that he stole. It was unanimously denied by the Supreme Court. Clarence Thomas had referred Trump's appeal to the entire court, and the court just rejected it outright, didn't even give it the time of day. So I think that is huge news as we go forward. The DOJ investigation there has continued to heat up in a huge, huge, huge way. And that's a massive national security threat, what Donald Trump has done to our country there. And so I think we're going to continue to see more things there. Trump is really getting to the end of his rope there with the investigation in terms of the legal maneuvers that he can do. And meanwhile, these kind of delay attempts, they didn't really even work to delay things all that much, because the Department of Justice was able to get access, thanks to the 11th Circuit, back to all the documents that they needed in the first place. So, he tried to delay, it didn't even work. And even in the face of that, the Supreme Court rejected him flat out. I know there were people concerned because it was submitted to Clarence Thomas. And that's why you got to watch the Midas Touch Network and Ben's breaking news alerts, because Ben told you not to worry about that. I want everybody, though, if you do like this coverage, make sure that you subscribe to the Midas Touch Network. Just hit that subscribe button right below. It's easy. It's free. I want to make sure you also go to the Tony Michaels YouTube channel. Tony has been putting on an incredible show right here. So head on over, go to Tony Michaels, subscribe to his podcast, subscribe to his YouTube channel. And if you love this broadcast, you could support independent media in 2 ways. You could hit that $sign. I think they may have changed it actually, but there's a way to chip in next to the YouTube chat. Just hit that button, super chat, support independent media coverage like this. And you could also go right now to patreon.com/Midas Touch. It's patreon.com/Midas Touch. We got all these great tiers and ways that you could get involved. And each tier offers great bonuses and exclusives. And there's even an option for you yourself to become an honorary producer of the Midas Touch podcast, which is pretty cool. And you're supporting independent media. These hearings, I like to remind people that we don't simply steal a feed from these hearings of other people. We have our own officially licensed feed and cameras that are in the rooms during these January 6th hearings. And so any support that you could give to this network is greatly appreciated. And Tony, you're just running such a great show here. You
Well,
and
I
Gabe.
appreciate
So I got to
it.
commend
I
you.
appreciate it. That it is thanks to Gabe Sanchez as well. He's not in the green room right now. He's in a special bunker somewhere. We put him in a
It looks a
special
little bit
bunker.
like he's in witness protection.
Yeah,
I'm not
well,
gonna lie.
it happens sometimes. You have to do that. I will tell you, Jordy would probably want me to mention the Rovember shirts again, because to remind everyone, not just for the branding and the shirts of Rovember, but as you said before, row your vote. It is so important that we get out and we win the House. So go to store.MidasTouch.com, store.MidasTouch.com for those shirts. Also, Brett, I've got this great shirt, store.DTonyMichaels.com. This thing is flying off the shelves. The freedom to oppress the rights of other people is not liberty. It's going like hotcakes. And speaking of a shirt that we had today, I want to bring in David Bender. Now, Brett, can you join us for just a little bit, or are you crunched?
Yeah, I'll join you guys for a couple, and then I'm going to go start preparing for our podcast, which you
Okay.
can watch right here on the Midas Touch YouTube channel tonight at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. You can come back right here. We'll do a full recap of the hearings, do full legal analysis of the Supreme Court's Trump denial, which is massive news. We'll talk a little bit about the Alex Jones case and more. So go check it out at the Midas Touch podcast. Make sure you subscribe to the Midas Touch audio podcast as well.
Well, I've got Ben and David Bender here. We want to get Ben's legal take on it, but I want to get David's strategic take from the politics end. But Ben, I want to go to you first. Let's go to Ben first. Ben, what do you make of the subpoena? What's the legality of it? Brett made a big call to you, said, "Hey Ben, get on the podcast or get on the feed here and give us your legal take." So what do you make of it?
Well, I think they obviously have the right to issue subpoenas, ultimately, as we've seen before when it comes to Mark Meadows, when it comes to some of the other individuals, or Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro. The determination on whether to prosecute for not responding to the subpoena will be a determination for the Department of Justice to make, which is an important distinction, that the January 6th committee does not have that criminal power to actually indict itself. But it sends an important message. Here you have someone like Trump who's out there ranting and raving on his failing social media platforms and issuing these despicable statements. And here you have the January 6th committee saying, okay, let's hear from you. You want to speak to us? We're ready to hear from you. And the steps that will follow is inevitably, my prediction is that Trump is going to assert every objection and every privilege and try to litigate the heck out of it. The January 6th committee, as long as it remains constituted, is going to fight it, and ultimately it will come out in favor of the January 6th committee because they have the right to have this information. I mean, Trump's potential bases of objection is to the extent he wants to assert an executive privilege. As we all know, executive privilege doesn't lie with former executives. The executive privilege is with Biden, who is not asserting the executive privilege on Trump's behalf. Another additional factor why executive privilege wouldn't apply is that there would be a waiver. Trump talks about it all the time on his failing social media platforms and to anybody who would listen. So his claim of an executive privilege or an attorney-client privilege or whatever would fall flat. We have a federal district court judge already in the Central District of California who's found that Trump and Eastman were engaged in a coup in search of a legal theory, right? So he's already found that crime fraud exception. And so here, the ultimate determination of criminal liability will lie with the Department of Justice, what the Department of Justice is going to do. Literally, as those hearings were taking place today, we got news that the Supreme Court rejected Donald Trump's emergency application, trying to overturn what the 11th Circuit did and turning back those classified records. So literally, while you had the panel here, the January 6th committee panel voting 9-0 to subpoena Donald Trump. You had the Supreme Court essentially voting 9-0, denying Donald Trump's emergency application. So he's a double loser at the same time. But I mention that because there's a lot on Merrick Garland's plate, and he's handling it masterfully. And I've been saying this from day one about how Merrick Garland has been building this case brick by brick. As mentioned in today's hearing, let's not forget as well that there is an Oath Keeper trial, a terrorist Oath Keeper trial that the DOJ is currently prosecuting. And at the same time, last week, while that Oath Keeper trial is taking place, there's a guilty plea from one of the leaders of the Proud Boys who pled guilty to seditious conspiracy and said Enrique Tarrio and others were engaged in this conspiracy with us, in addition to the hundreds and hundreds of other convictions that Merrick Garland has gotten. And so Merrick Garland and the DOJ is ultimately going to have a decision as this process plays out, as Donald Trump inevitably is going to obstruct and not respond to this subpoena. As we all know, that's likely what's going to happen. Are they going to bring criminal contempt charges? But remember what the ultimate penalty is for criminal contempt charges. Unfortunately, on the criminal contempt charges for not responding to a subpoena from Congress is still a misdemeanor. Each count is punishable by 1 year. So Steve Bannon's, who's going to be going into sentencing this month in the next week or so, he faces 1 year for each of the two counts. For his criminal contempt, Peter Navarro's trial, I think, is November 17th for his contempt of Congress. That would be the charge if Trump doesn't participate. But look, Trump's got a lot of other bigger criminal worries as well with what's going on with his stealing our classified records and the broader criminal acts regarding January 6th. But this is another lever that ultimately is going to be available to Merrick Garland when Trump obstructs this process.
I hate to go to the phrase, Trump seems really not in good shape here. It it really feels like there's a lot against him here. And David Bender, I'm going to ask you to keep it short, and here's why. We have someone in the wings here waiting. She knows Steve Bannon, she knows Trump, and we just have too many dudes on the screen here, I think. So David, give us a recap here.
I'll keep it really short. And knowing Steve Bannon and knowing Donald Trump, I feel for Jessica. So let me say the following. First off, to Ben's point just now, what we just saw was a parallel construct to what Merrick Garland has been doing, brick by brick. This committee has laid out a legal case going from the bottom up all the way and has handed Merrick Garland their work, and he's been doing the same thing, not in the public view. So I completely agree with Ben. We're going to see Merrick Garland do the right thing. You heard me say it. I think poetic justice would be to announce it on January 6th of 2023, but I think it will be sometime between the election and the new year or right after the new year. So that's one takeaway from today. Of course, the big question is, how is Trump going to play this? And if he were rational, and this is, I think, something you should ask Jessica, if he were rational in any way, he wouldn't get near this. But he's not. And we know that. And we know he loves television. And he loves to see himself. And if he thinks he can take them on and bully them down, which has been his entire life, he may just take that leap. And I think it's a brilliant strategy on their part to call him to either do it because he's crazy or not do it and then look like a coward. Either way, it was a winning move for them to subpoena him, and good on this committee. They wrapped it up exactly as they've done every single one of them. And 9-0 twice in baseball season is a doubleheader sweep. So that's it.
Well, there you go. And Jessica, Jessica, the other thing about the ending here that we watched is we watched Liz Cheney, a Republican, a conservative, someone who cannot be confused with a liberal Democrat, a woman, absolutely laying this out at the end there. And I think that moment, just as David says, basically is almost game, set, match in this select hearing for Donald Trump, because he's stuck in between a rock and a Cheney here.
Yeah, Cheney really hit it home. What was so beautiful to acknowledge as this hearing was going on today is the active criminal investigations that are underway now. We again heard the Raffensperger call, I need 11,780 votes, and we can all take comfort in knowing that Fani Willis has a grand jury impaneled in Fulton County, Georgia. That investigation is underway. I do think, to answer David Bender's question, am I familiar with their legal shell games? Absolutely. I've been playing them, or I've been on the receiving end of them for 5 years. I filed my first NDA lawsuit in 2018. They moved us around from forum to forum to forum, thought they could wear me out, thought I would walk away and go away. But 3 years later, we invalidated that non-disclosure agreement in court, which they never saw coming, and was absolutely beautiful. And all it takes is sticking to it, sticking on the side of truth, not moving, not being distracted by their constant obstruction and, look over here, gaslighting, projection, just staying the course, staying focused. And I think the committee has really laid the groundwork for the DOJ to follow this path. And we're back today on January 6th crimes, but of course we have the whole classified document investigation. So I think these two are really, these two paths are coming. The criminal indictments are coming for Donald Trump. I really, really do believe that. But one thing that I started off today talking about, I want to wrap back to this point. I know Brett has mentioned it. I know you've mentioned it, Tony. Ben's mentioned it. I think everybody on the panel. Just consider that this man that we just watched once again, all of his crimes in full relief, his wannabe authoritarianism, his flagrant criminality, disregard for the Constitution and rule of law, disregard for our foundation of freedom, is on the campaign trail to this day with Republican candidates. He is supported and defended by the Republican establishment to this day. This is the Republican Party. Everything you saw on TV today is the Republican Party because they refuse to distance themselves from him. They own everything that he has done. And that is who you are putting in power if you let them take control of either house of Congress in the midterms. This is so critically important that we pull out all the stops in the next 26 days, not let these anti-freedom, anti-democratic, fascist forces take control of either house of Congress. This is our moment, and it is extremely serious.
Lean into democracy. Absolutely lean in and do the things that you're supposed to do, which is democracy. Jessica, you're against a hard break here, right?
In about 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, well, I want to say thank you for joining us. Everyone loves Jessica Denson on the commentary panel. Jessica, follow Jessica on Twitter at Jessica Denson 07. Jessica, thank you so much for joining us. If I come back to you, but if I don't get time to come back to you, I want to say thank you for being here and spending time with us on these hearings. It's
been
pleasure.
wonderful to share the panel with everybody here, with the audience. I've, met such a wonderful community through Midas Touch, and I think, what has been built with the Midas Touch community is such a beautiful example of what can be done when we just raise our voices, we just come together, we just amplify the truth and true stories. We are extremely powerful, and it is within our hands to save our democracy. So I'm very grateful to be here.
Thank you so much, Jessica. And again, you can stick around, but if you go, I completely understand. But I want to go back to Ben and David just a bit. Ben, because Jessica brought up some criminal referrals And you noticed at the end there, Liz Cheney really ticked through a few what seemed to be were going to be criminal referrals that they were going to give Mike Flynn and a few others. What legally do you see these legal referrals coming to?
Well, I think that Merrick Garland has been doing yeoman's like effort and been very worksmanlike. And I think Merrick Garland, for people who were worried that maybe he didn't have it under control or what's Merrick Garland doing, I think you now see that Garland gets it. And as I've always defined the Merrick Garland prosecution in the brick by brick, first he kind of had these, kind of like the shamans and kind of the clownish insurrectionists who didn't necessarily do something violent but trespassed, right? Then you got to the next tier, which were individuals who were actually violent. Then you got to the seditious conspiracy, terrorist groups, Oath Keepers, Proud Boys, 3 percenters, tier 3. And Garland's been building up to that tier 4, which I think, frankly, regardless of the referral, that Merrick Garland has a keen eye towards those individuals anyway, which I consider the next tier, the Eastmans, the Flynns, the Jeff Clarks, the Sidney Powells, the Giulianis, that tier is kind of tier 4. And that's the final tier before you ultimately make the decision to indict Trump. And the same way that you have a Proud Boy leader taking a seditious conspiracy plea and then pointing the finger at Enrique Tarrio and others, the next thing that I think we'll see is will Enrique Tarrio, who, by the way, was at the White House right around Christmas time before January 6th and was bragging about being at the White House leading up to the insurrection and the tour that he got and the special visit that he had. Will those individuals, will Jeff Clark, will Fascist Pillow Guy, will any of those individuals then point the finger to Trump? And so do I think the referrals are important, or the potential for referrals by the January 6th committee? Are they important? Yes. I think the Department of Justice, though, has it under control regardless. But as we've been speaking about, these are two parallel important services. What the January 6th committee is doing and holding these hearings and making recommendations pursuant to what these congressional committees are supposed to do is bring attention to the public, make recommendations, ultimately make changes in the law, right? The Electoral Count Act and other things that would, potentially further buttress efforts to stop schemes like this and for people engaging in this type of unlawful conduct and just trying to stop it from happening again. So it's a very dynamic, there's lots of moving parts here, but I do think those referrals will be important. And I think in the final opinion that we're going to see from the January 6th committee report, they're going to have those referrals of who they want to see indicted.
Well, David Bender, because I know you probably got a lot to say about this, but my question is that to me, the referrals seem more like a way for the committee to show the American people, hey, we're taking this seriously. Because as Ben says, we know that Merrick Garland is taking this very seriously. He has since the very beginning. But do you think that is more of a signal when they're making these referrals to the American people to say, hey, we hear you and we know you want accountability?
Well, it's sort of what Lee McGowan was saying earlier, that the formal vote, doing each person having to cast the vote individually as opposed to just a consensus, the ayes have it. That's the same thing that these referrals are. It's making it clear, it's not binding, but it's making it clear that they believe that there's culpability. What's much more important is that what Merrick Garland has said, and if we've been paying attention, as Ben has said, watch what it's also Rachel Maddow motto, watch what he does. And we've seen his actions. He said very little, although what he said is that he's paying attention. And plainly, he has paid attention to what this committee has done. I think there are two things I want to say, and then I've got to jump, but I've got two things that I think are important takeaways that are not getting the attention yet that they will. One is that they haven't finished going through the Secret Service documents. You heard Pete Aguilar say, we may well be calling other witnesses, not necessarily in public, but we're going to be taking other testimony based on the stuff that we're finding out. And clearly, there's so much of that. They didn't have time to go through all of it. They're going to keep doing that up through the election and beyond. This committee will exist all the way. Hopefully, it'll exist into the next Congress if and when the Democrats hold the Congress. But regardless, that Secret Service information is going to yield a treasure trove of more information. And I think people like Tony Honorado, there was reference to people who have been obstructing the work of this committee, are in the hot seat today, because that's who they're talking about. They're talking about the people who were trying to undermine the committee's work itself. And the Secret Service documents are going to show that. So I think there's a lot more coming from the committee in its final report, which will come after the election. But what we do know today is they've thrown down the gauntlet. They put the ball in Donald Trump's court. And as far as I can tell, he usually dribbles.
Well, David, you put it always in such the best way. Being in this business for so long, it gives you that ability. And I want to thank you for joining us, as I thanked everyone else, because it's been so special. This may be our last one.
No. We'll be back. There's a lot more, and there'll be indictment day.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Maybe,
let me make a
we'll celebrate.
I encourage everyone to subscribe to the Midas Touch Network and follow these campaigns through the next 26 days on the Midas Touch Network, because we have to stay together as a community. We have to win these elections. And on election night, hey, if there's coverage, call me. I enjoy talking about election nights.
Well, so, you're always welcome here, Mr. David Bender. You are always welcome.
I think this is not farewell. This is until we meet again.
Absolutely not. It's just bye Donald. Not
it is definitely bye Donald.
Thank you very much, David Bender, for joining us.
You too, Jessica.
We love having you, Jessica. Do you have any last words before you have to jump?
I just realized I left something out of my midterm rant that is David. Oh. David would back me on this if he were still here. This is so serious. What we saw today was a truthful exhibition of facts, of evidence. It was justice, the exercise of justice on display. If the Republicans take even the House, just the House of Representatives, understand that they will impeach Joe Biden, they will impeach Merrick Garland. Understand that this projection, gaslighting, inversion of justice, and a reliving of the trauma of the Trump years is coming if Republicans take the House. If you're following me on Twitter, I'll retweet some of the competitive House races. I know I have shifted from my drumbeat of Donald Trump must be indicted, which is not gone. That still absolutely must happen, to the focus of the next 26 days. And I think there's a lot of attention that the national media gives to the Senate races, but these House races are so important. I will retweet the link to some of these competitive House races. Even if you think you're in a definitively blue state, we're here in California. There's some extremely important House races right here in California. They're in Oregon. They're in states all across this country, and you can get involved and help Democrats hold the House, keep democracy on its track. Don't let it derail in 2022. This is so crucial. So that's my final word.
Well, thank you again, Jessica, for joining us. I always appreciate having you here. Always come back, and if we have a big celebration for election night or something, or our indictment day, you're welcome, as always. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you. Ben Meiselas, I don't know how much time you got left, because I'm going to end this with my co-host, Gabe Sanchez, and one of our favorite. It's not Tuesday. See what happens a lot of times is we have Tuesday with Texas Paul. It's Thursday, so I'm going to bring in Texas Paul and Gabe Sanchez. But I want to give you one last chance. Is there anything that we missed here? Because I know there's so much. One thing I want to ask you about is they were practicing. They called Ronna McDaniel the chair of the RNC and said, hey, you know what we want to do? We want to have a coup practice. We want to practice this fake state electors thing. Is this illegal? Is this a crime? I mean, come on. They were going to practice the coup. It's just like mock court, or I can't figure this out. What was that?
A crime.
just a crime.
It's a crime. The fake elector slate issue is a crime. Submitting fraudulent electors and practicing the submission of fraudulent electors is a crime. It's actually a widespread conspiracy of how it was actually going to go down, right? Because for the electors to be coordinated as such, the fake electors, it relied upon the objections of the MAGA Republican extremists in the Senate and Congress to object, to delay, with the ultimate idea that they wanted Vice President Pence to reject the actual electors that were certified and say the following: wow, look at all of these objections that we got. I guess this is a disputed. Oh, wait, what's this? I've got the real electors over here. Oh, Georgia, 16 electors for Trump. Trump wins Georgia. Oh, we got the electors from Michigan. Oh, look, we got the ones from Arizona. Oh, look, that was the plan.
Right.
That's actually what they were good. And then when Pence didn't do that, Trump thought that was the ultimate betrayal. And then he wanted to kill him. And he tried to.
We even seen the insurrectionists, the people that were breaking into and as Nancy Pelosi put it, smearing poo-poo or poo-pooing the Capitol. They were even saying Pence has abandoned us.
Yeah,
because he tweeted
and and let's not forget what did he abandon us? He abandoned us because he didn't accept that the objections, the frivolous objections, were valid. He was not going to view his role as doing more than just signing off on the existing certified electoral college votes. And he was not going to unilaterally declare Trump as the king and emperor. That's what they said was the betrayal. That's why they wanted to kill him. That's why you had a violent insurrection. I mean, it's that simple. That's why, to answer your question directly, you go, what was that? That was a crime. I want to say this before you do your remaining thing. I want to thank you, Tony. I want to thank Gabe. I want to thank Texas Paul. I want to thank Dave Bender. I want to thank Jessica Denson. I want to thank Michael Popak. I want to thank Politics Girl. I want to thank everybody who was on this panel. And most importantly, I want to thank everybody who watched it, who's still on YouTube watching it right now. You know, the Midas Touch Network is more than just this sterile network. That's not the secret sauce of what Midas Touch is. And as what Jessica Denson alluded to, or what she said directly rather, is Midas Touch is a community. It is a unapologetically pro-democracy community, but more than just even being a pro-democracy community or inextricably intertwined with being a pro-democracy community, we're a community that uplifts each other. We are a community that looks out for each other. We are a community that wants to see each other succeed, to spread positive messages, to help each other. And so it always just warms my heart when I watch these comments, when I see the comments on social media, whether it's the YouTube comments or the Twitter comments or the Facebook comments or the TikTok comments, not just the ones that say, hey, great video, Ben, although I think some of the videos I do are pretty good, but all kidding aside, the best ones are when I see people within the community uplifting each other and then telling me, hey, I reached out to this person in my family. I reached out to my kids or my cousins or my coworkers or my colleagues, and I shared your videos here and I shared your videos there, because being a part of this community is also not passive. And that's what I love about the Midas Mighty. It is an active community of people who take these videos, who spread the message, who talk to family members, who talk to community members, who talk to colleagues, and impart the importance of pro-democracy. This would not be possible at all without the Midas Mighty community. One thing I would say also is, if you're a member of the Midas Mighty community, we're not funded by any outside investors at all. Zero. That's why we're 100% independent. So if you want to go and help out though, and help support grow this network, one of the things you can do is check out our new Patreon website at patreon.com/MidasTouch, patreon.com/MidasTouch. We have one membership tier also where you could become an honorary producer of the Midas Touch podcast, and your name appears at the end of the podcast. There are other tiers where you get postcards for me and my brothers. There's behind the scenes photos and footage and exclusive podcasts. Don't worry, we still have all the free content on YouTube, on Twitter, on all our social media. That's not going away. Just the Patreon is just a unique way to help grow this thing and to help, financially support this entity where we don't have any outside investors. But no pressure either way. The best thing you can do is retweeting and doing and just continuing to spread the message. Subscribe to the Midas Touch Network now. And you can also check out our merch store. We have the best unapologetically pro-democracy gear out there at store.midastouch.com. We've got the famous Rovember shirts. We got the row your vote shirts. We got the convict or convict 45 shirts and more, just nice Midas Touch gear with the hats. What's been so cool is when I'm out and about now, the Midas Touch community has grown and become so prolific that when I see people wear the Midas Touch hats or I see people wearing the Midas Touch shirts, it's just such an incredible feeling to see that. So again, check out store.midastouch.com. Tony, Gabe, you do an incredible job. Everybody also follow Tony and Gabe on their YouTube channel. Grow their YouTube channel. Just search the Tony Michaels podcast. Subscribe there. Tony and Gabe do an incredible job. I'm out. Thank you, everybody from the Midas Mighty. Thank you, Tony.
I appreciate you being here, and great pitch there at the end. Absolutely great pitch. Well, we'll talk to you soon, my friend. We'll talk to you soon. Everybody, we're gonna be ramping it up here soon, but I want to bring in a couple people. But before I do that, I want to say I appreciate all of you being here because, again, we couldn't do this coverage without you watching and without you being here. Just like Ben said, this is a community, and we view it that way. So make sure if you are right now on the Midas Touch Network's YouTube channel, you hit subscribe. It's really easy. You just click the button, subscribe. You definitely want to hit the bell notification, whether you're on the Midas Touch Network's channel or my channel, the Tony Michaels Podcast. You don't want to miss a single video that's coming out. And you also want to download every single episode of our podcast, the Midas Touch Podcast, Legal AF, and any podcast, The Politics Girl. We have Maya Culpa with Michael Cohen. There's so many podcasts and pieces of content out there that is on, that's free. Like Ben said, it's free for you to do. But you have to support pro-democracy speech everywhere, whenever you can. So go to the Patreon page, patreon.com/MidasTouch. Support them there if you can, or you can get you some awesome merch at store.midastouch.com. This is Gabe Sanchez. This shirt that we've got going on over here on our store, the freedom to oppress the rights of other people is not liberty. That is our saying at the beginning of our show, because we do a show every weekday, Monday through Friday, 2 hours. And this phrase appears at the front of that show. The freedom to oppress the rights of other people is not liberty. And this thing is absolutely going like hotcakes. It's hot, just like the Midas Mighty favorite, Texas Paul, is hot. Guys, I wanted to end with the three guys here, because on Tuesdays we have so much fun.
Right.
So why not end it on a Thursday here? Is there anything that we missed? There was so much information, and I was watching the screen to see if anyone's going to come to the microphone, and I got some notes saying, hey, they're on networks everywhere. And that's just as I expected. And what I mean by that is they were not just going to go in front of a microphone after this particular hearing and just say whatever came to mind and just start riffing off of questions. They are going to be very strategic, especially at the end with Liz Cheney doing the subpoena. Gabe Sanchez, give us your take on that.
Yeah, so I mean, I would totally agree. I think, obviously, the camera view that we have when they come outside of the committee hearing, I think that might potentially have limited kind of broadcast in terms of who's showing it. But the one-off interviews where they have specifically this person, whether it's Raskin or it's Zoe Lofgren or it's Cheney or Benny Thompson, whoever it might be, they're all probably strategically going across. I mean, I don't have a TV in front of me, so I can't tell you. I'm in a call booth in a WeWork right now. So I can tell you that I totally agree. I feel like there is a strategic kind of method to this. What they're doing right now is to hit as many different people, it's not just the same person, it's all of them. 9 people from the committee or some variety of them are going to go out and actually speak on this, because right now it is as David Bender said, it's a 9-0 loss on him on this committee. It's a 9-0 loss on just the documents alone for the Supreme Court. So I think they're going to just continue to nail in that Trump is both a liar, a narcissist, a big whiny baby that tried to overthrow the government because he lost a fair and safe election. They're going to continue to nail that in for the American public, because again, this isn't a trial. These are just hearings that the committee has put on. And this is, if anything, this is the court of public opinion that I said earlier. And so what they're going to do now is, as we lead into 26 days, I believe it is, until the midterms, we have that much time until then to convince the American people to attach the Republican Party with Donald Trump and the downfall of our democracy and the politics that we hold so dear to what our values are, right? Our core of what the United States of America is. And if we can do that, then we can accomplish the fact that there is a way out of this shit show. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. It is not a train. It is actually a way to get out. And I think what they're doing right now is, again, strategically going across in a variety of different people, pitching the same thing, and maybe a little difference of kind of how they deliver it. But they're all going to continue to push what the committee has shown us in the past 8 days. And this culmination up until today, the 9th day, to say this guy is guilty. He is the one that should be held responsible for inciting the violence and causing those people to come in, because he couldn't take the fact that he lost. Donald Trump doesn't like to lose. And I'm monitoring Truth Social right now, and the guy cannot stop messaging on Fraud Social to say, oh, well, these people held these documents and there's precedent for this president and they're shredding documents and this and this and that. Old articles, old posts, old videos. He's trying
just the same old shit he's been
It's
saying.
the same old stuff. And
Same
he's on Truth Social trying to bombard people with a bunch of facts, which they're just a bunch of not facts. They're just false narrative that he's trying to spread to show the American people. He's like, no, look, guys, I'm not lying. I didn't try to do this, and try to bury the lead, which is 9-0. He lost in both the committee today from the hand of Liz Cheney, as Texas Paul said earlier, and also 9-0 on the Supreme Court. It was really his last ditch effort to say, hey guys, I'm not actually, I'm not responsible. I should have these documents. They're mine. And the Supreme Court was like, we're not even going to look at that shit. So continue forward with how you guys are proceeding right now. And I think that is what they're doing on all, again, they're not outside taking questions and recording cell phones and all that stuff outside of the doors. They're all setting up interviews, and they're going to deliver all their talking points to everyone for the next probably couple days, I would imagine.
It's strategic for sure, Texas Paul. There's no question about that. And at the end there, I know your prediction was a little off, but I think you're happy about your prediction being off here. I think you're happy, right? I mean, to all intents and purposes, this is a good thing. And like I said, whether it has teeth and actual consequences here, or more, it's to show the American people, hey, we are going to make sure that it's done up and that people are held accountable.
Yeah. And, the whole thing has been such an emotional roller coaster. I mean, when it took place, everyone was, angry. I mean, we were just pissed off that they would dare do this. And then as we found out how close they actually came to succeeding, I mean, if they could have just delayed that vote for a few days, they would have succeeded. Donald Trump we would have had a coup. They came this close to succeeding with their coup. And that was terrifying. And then we saw the committee, and everything that we've been seeing is, it's not pretty to look at, but it leaves you hopeful. And then we had the elections and the primaries, and yeah, we're going to lose Liz Cheney and yada, yada, yada. And that was kind of sad. But now today, when you watch this today, I don't know, man. It just left me proud. The whole thing just left me. I feel better today about my country than I felt in a long time. Just its future prospects. I mean, watching that, I was laughing my ass up. I think it was fantastic that this came from Liz Cheney. Benny Thompson would have normally been, in the normal order of business, would have been the one to do this. But to give it to Liz Cheney to do was just justice. And yeah, I laughed my ass off about that. But as I watched them take the vote, man, I'll admit, I got the feels, man. I really did. It just hits you,
It felt like
we're going to be
democracy,
okay.
right? It felt like
yeah,
democracy.
we're going to be okay. We're gonna win this. We're going to be okay. The one thing I didn't think they were going to subpoena Donald Trump, because that gives them the opportunity. He won't just plead the fifth. He's going to draw this out, and we only have till January 3rd with this committee. That's when, no matter what happens, two people have already lost. They lost their primaries. They're gone. So this committee cannot stay in this form past January 3rd.
And it's the two Republicans.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you also, the other thing too is he's, just moments ago, while we were talking, he sent out a couple tweets, of course, going after the unselect committee. But the new narrative, the new excuse he has is, and this is, I'm quoting him on Truth Social right now. He said, "Why didn't the unselect committee ask me to testify months ago? Why did they wait until the very end, the final moments of their last meeting? Because the committee is a total bust. That has only served to further divide our country, which, by the way, is doing very badly, a laughingstock all over the world."
It's more of the planted, but it's more of the planted document stuff, right?
Right.
Like,
It's like,
all these documents are mine and they must give them back, but they're all planted. Like,
right.
They
And
did ask
look,
you.
I'm pretty sure there's been an open invite for Trump to come to the committee and speak.
Yeah.
No one else
This
is
is
like,
about-
don't you dare come to this meeting and speak. It's there 100%. If Pence wanted to come, there was an invite for him. If Donald Trump wanted to show up, since this thing is it's the Donald Trump hour is what this hearing was, and how he wanted to try to overthrow the government and plot his whole coup and everything. It's about him. He said, he's like, I want fair time. He said about, and during the last hearings that we had, he complained about not getting fair time and not being able to speak. No one's denying him access to speaking. I'm pretty sure they've asked him if he wanted to come forward. He's rejected. But at the end of the day, he's going to continue to complain, say they were planted, but they're actually his documents. He's going to say he wasn't invited, though it was all about Trump anyway. He's going to try to pivot the narrative and say, oh, no. It's their fault because they didn't ask me to come. They didn't say I was invited. When at the end of the day, that's not it at all, right? We know the truth. He's upset that he doesn't have a platform other than this fraud social to declare a bunch of debunked lies and whine and cry and splatter ketchup all over the walls and try to choke, Secret Service with his tiny little hands, whatever it might be. The guy is a big baby, and he's trying to, reconstruct the narrative to say, oh, well, actually, the truth of it is this, when we know it's not. And we've seen the evidence. We've seen the video. We've seen the audio. We've seen the testimony. It's not going to work, but he's going to continue to do it, obviously.
Well, yeah, Gabe, but that's, what it's for. I mean, if you look at what he was posting earlier, it was, it was that bullshit about, it's not true, fake news. I actually won. And all of this is just to keep the grift going.
Oh yeah. 100%.
He knows he's running out of time, but if there's one thing if I could give Donald Trump a compliment, I would say that he is really, really freaking good at separating stupid people from their money.
Well,
and that's what this is all. That is what this is all about. Think about the narratives he put out there. No, I really won. I mean, all the bullshit you was reposting earlier. No, I really won. And then now this is, oh, I'm the victim. Look at me. I'm the victim. While he draws this all out for, as far as he possibly can. He's going to keep holding these rallies. He's going to keep holding these rallies. He's going to keep taking money from these people. I mean, I would bet you that he's probably taken $500 million off these suckers. I would bet you.
I mean, we have to remember that, he's got his Save America PAC. He also, I'm going to do a what was that on this, but he started a new super PAC that was.
Well, he
called
started a new Trump organization too.
Yeah, Trump organization, not just 2, but Roman numeral 2, as if the sequel was any better than the original organization itself. But this guy will do whatever he can to pivot around and be like, oh, actually, here's my money. And you say he's probably got all this money. Yeah, he does. He does have a war chest of money. I think it's $100 and some odd million right now with the Save America PAC, which is a leadership PAC, which is different than a super PAC. But the guy is moving around funds, claiming it's going to be for this. He's going to help during the midterms, just like he said he was going to help during the Georgia runoff, but he didn't even pay a cent. The guy will grift whatever's possible, whether it's to form and build up a war chest just for personal purposes. It's not going to be for a 2024 run. It's not going to be for any of that stuff. It's for himself. He is building a little safe haven for when he does get in real big trouble, whether the indictments come and he actually have to have a competent legal team, because we know that he doesn't right now, as we've seen from the Trump Mar-a-Lago documents case. They're all just completely incompetent.
Well, I think in their news, the CIS or CIS or whatever, he actually joined the special master team apparently now or something.
Wow.
Because those attorneys just weren't competent enough, so they had to get the one attorney who's willing.
He's the only attorney that we know of that has actually been paid. He said, "I want $3 million upfront on retainer," and that was the biggest, because in the month of August, that was the largest amount. It was $3.8 million. I think they had spent on legal fees, and $3 million of that amount came from just that retainer fee for that Chris Keese lawyer in Florida.
Yeah, Keese, that's what it is. Well, and everyone's been joking, but it makes sense that MAGA stands for Make Attorneys Get Attorneys, because we watched as Christina Bobb has disappeared into the abyss of talking about Trump's legal issues.
Right.
What was the other one? Haba.
I haven't seen her lately. I mean, Christina Bobb, she's off RSBN doing all of the Trump rallies, giving commentary, saying, I was never a part of that, even though her literal signature is on the FBI search warrant.
I was just getting coffee. I just happened to be there. I wasn't actual attorney.
Actually, as soon as the DOJ starts opening up with indictments on this January 6th stuff, Christina Bobb is in deep shit. She was at the Willard Hotel. She has been part of this from the get-go. She is desperate. She's going to stay super tight to Donald Trump because that is her only lifeline right now.
Well, that is true, and I think that goes to David Bender's point earlier. Again, there was a watershed of information today out of this hearing. Tony Arnado is in a lot of deep shit here. And anyone tied to him or is on his team is probably in a lot of deep shit. They have a lot of criminal liability now with what they were obstructing. And let me tell you something, and I can't remember if Ben said this or someone else said this today. It might have been Popok. Obstruction is a charge and a crime that the Department of Justice takes just as seriously or more seriously than almost any other crime other than murder or killing individuals. Obstruction of justice is something they take very seriously. And Tony Arnado is in a hell of a lot of trouble if they find the evidence that he was obstructing justice. He's in big trouble. And
I mean, we've already, we know Tony Arnado is a liar, right? We've seen it before, and it goes even more with obviously there was the Cassidy Hutchinson testimony that we heard in the earlier ones about Trump having his little baby tantrum in the truck with them and trying to choke out again the Secret Service with his tiny little hands, and then Trump getting all upset. And we heard testimony about the ketchup and the plate and all this stuff. Very embarrassing stuff for a man who declares himself as a stable genius. But you heard things from Tony Ornato and people inside the Secret Service that was like, we deny
Kill me,
all of this. This isn't true. This never happened. You had Donald Trump Jr. doing his Don Jr. videos where he goes out and tries to, go after Biden and all this stuff. But in this video, he tried to say that Cassidy Hutchinson was never in the meetings, was never around, when we literally have photos presented just
Of
tied
her
to the
being
hip,
there, right.
tied to the hip with Meadows in every one of these meetings.
Well,
she was
that's
privy to
another
all
good
of
point.
this.
There's another nugget. Video evidence that Nancy Pelosi is not to blame here. She was the one who was working to try to make this. Her, Mike Pence, Chuck Schumer, even Mitch McConnell was standing there in the mix to try to get someone to do fucking something. Just anything, absolutely anything. And I think the most telling moment is when her and Chuck Schumer are talking to Jeffrey Rosen, who was the acting attorney general at the time, because he didn't actually have anybody that was official. They were all acting. And he was acting as president too. He was an acting president almost. He was pretending to be president. But here's the thing, is when Chuck Schumer said, what the hell are you going to do about this? It is your responsibility as the leading law enforcement officer of this country. Call him and tell him that you have to tell them to stop. It was very telling that this narrative was absolutely just shattered into a million pieces. With just a little bit of video evidence of
tell me that isn't part of what just made you leave today with some confidence and a good feeling, was watching Nancy Pelosi. Out of everybody in that room, did you ever hear her voice as though she was rattled or nervous? Nope. She was calm, cool, collected, in control. She was naming out people. Okay, we got to call this person. We have to call this person, get this person on the phone. She was talking to the governor of Virginia. She's like, okay, commit to me. Say it in my ear what you're doing. I want to know. And then she put that phone down and she said, okay, we have these assets moving right now. And I mean, that is what a leader does. I mean, I have to tell you, I owe her a massive apology. I was so for Tim Ryan becoming speaker. You remember that kerfuffle a couple years back?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, I was like, let's get some new blood in there. And Nancy's been great and this, that, and the other. I am so sorry.
Well,
I am so sorry. Watching her cool. Yeah, watching her cool demeanor.
There was a line in that clip that I think really, at least it stuck with me, and I'm sure it did with a lot of people, is the fact that she was like, they're going through and they're kind of they're ransacking and destroying stuff all through our offices. She's like, that I don't care about. She's like, I don't care about that. That doesn't matter to me. That's irrelevant.
The people
that matter. The harm and the safety, as Schumer came in and said that part, is what I care about right now. I just need people to go in and clear the shit show that is this MAGA cult and what they're doing, right? She was like, oh, they got poo-poo, right? I mean, they're smearing shit on the walls. Like, that's the type of people they are, but that's the type of person she is, where she's like, I don't care if they take my stuff. They can steal my mails, what they ended up doing, steal my computer, whatever. But what I care about is the people inside, right? I care about the police officers that I'm watching on TV right now be assaulted for a friendly Capitol Hill tourist visit.
No, Gabe. It was Antifa. It was Antifa.
Yeah,
it was Antifa.
Right. Yeah. Well, but then it was tourists. They can't really decide. Even to this day, even Kevin McCarthy, again, more information that this committee revealed, that the cussing match again was confirmed by another person.
Two more people.
Conversation happened. So Kevin McCarthy, if you're listening to me, you are a liar and you are a coward, because you won't just say it. Just say what happened. Just say it, because now it's 3 people. It's 3 confirmations of that conversation. Gentlemen, I appreciate you joining us, but we're going to have to wrap here soon, just because we've been doing this for 5 hours. And the folks joining us now have been here for almost all 5 hours. You people are dedicated to democracy. And that's why we love the Midas Touch Network and the Midas Touch community, the Midas Mighty. So go ahead and subscribe to the Midas Network if you're on their channel now. And if you're not on their channel, if you're on our channel, or go over to our channel, subscribe to the Tony Michaels podcast. Download every single episode on Apple, Spotify, Google. Just search the Tony Michaels podcast. You can also follow us at Tony Michaels Pod on Twitter. And really, you could do us a huge favor and do yourself a favor, because this shirt is kicking ass. I mean, everyone loves this shirt. The freedom to oppress the rights of other people is not liberty. We also have it in hoodies, a zip-up hoodie as well. You got to check it out. You got to go over there. Texas Paul, you've got a YouTube channel where you're doing shows over there. Go search Texas Paul's channel. Just search his handle there, Paul TX.
Search TNT or search TNT or Sunday Coffee. Got a little change coming. We've been doing one show a week, and it's just gotten pretty popular. So what we're going to end up doing is moving it to Tuesdays and Thursdays to follow the podcast, the guys' podcast, so they could, you guys watching the podcast, throw straight over to us. We'll be there. You know what I mean? To keep it rocking and rolling. It's just been well received, so we're going to do a couple shows a week. There is one thing I wanted to throw out there. One more props to Liz Cheney, if I got real quick about it. What I was saying, the way feds look at stuff like this, she is keeping this out of the DOJ's hands for a reason. They are hitting everything. They are showing us all the ugly. The DOJ feds don't work that way. They could have gone after Al Capone forever on every crime he ever committed. As soon as they got him on something substantive, they were done. Out. Send him to jail. Move on. And that's the way feds work. She has made sure, I want to give her such props for this. She has laid out so many fucking crimes that Donald Trump has committed, and they can't ignore it.
Well,
they
Sean
cannot
Hannity
ignore
likes to play
any
him
of
on
them.
Sean Hannity likes to play him on a reel. Gabe, you know what it sounds like to me is Texas Paul is doing pit and he's really apologizing to Liz Cheney for miscalculating this afternoon. No, I'm just kidding, Texas Paul.
I think he's completely right on that.
Yeah, I don't like Liz Cheney. I don't agree with Liz Cheney. She's a Cheney. I never will, but I will tell you she's done an amazing job in this. And hats off, really. I will tell you, Liz Cheney, amazing
if she's listening,
job.
Liz Cheney, Texas Paul, he apologizes for his prediction this afternoon, and you proved him wrong with a Cheney drone strike, because that's really what I like about Liz Cheney the most right now is she is the best enemy of the enemy of, not my friend, whatever the phrase is. Right? Whatever
the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah. Right now, she is the epitome of that. And she proved that today. And I really, again, I think with the 9-0 vote on both counts, it just shows you that democracy is real. It is a real, living, breathing thing, and it's you guys. It's you out there that are hearing our voices on this show for the past 5 hours. It's you. You are the democracy, so lean into it. Rovember is coming. It is coming, so go to store.MidasTouch.com to get your favorite Rovember or row your vote design, but more importantly, you have to get engaged, not just wear the message, but be the message and go do what democracies do best. And that is crush fascism. That is why they are terrified. That is why they are scared of you. That is why they're trying every single little aspect. And that's really what my biggest takeaway from today. They were willing to try anything and everything, no matter what the plan, no matter what the scheme, no matter what the conspiracy theory, no matter what the delusion, no matter how ridiculous the plan or the it may have sounded. They were going to try it, and they were going to try to make Donald Trump king of the castle, even if he had to go down there and do it himself. That was the plan. Everyone, thank you for the coverage. Texas Paul, thanks for joining us. Gabe, thanks for joining us here on the Midas Touch Network's coverage of Day 9 of the January 6th select hearings. Guys, I know this might be the last one, but we'll have more broadcasts somewhere. And Texas Paul, you'll join us on Tuesdays for Texas Paul Tuesday on the Tony Michaels podcast. So don't forget to go over and subscribe to the Tony Michaels podcast to see on Tuesdays Texas Paul. But me and Gabe broadcast every single weekday, Monday through Friday, noon Eastern, 11 Central, 9 Pacific. You can also download every single episode of the podcast. Everyone, Midas Mighty, you are the best community out there. Thank you for joining us for all 5 hours of the coverage today. Until next time, surf's up. As I say on our show, surf's up, motherfuckers.